Yo, what up everyone? How are y'all doing today? I am Freedom Pulse here, bringing you Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance for on almost everything. We're going to be playing the PC version today. With me, I have two fantastic, amazing commentators. Well, I have one fantastic, amazing commentator now, and then I'll have another one later. How about you go and introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Jonperi, or John for short. I'm a avid speedrunner of the Megami Tensei games. I run quite a big variety of them, with Vengeance being one of them. Me and Shaggy co-routed this category a couple of years ago when the game came out. And yeah, Shaggy will join us in a little bit after he takes a quick break.
Yeah, he just finished absolutely destroying the answer, so we're letting him take a little bit of a break before he hops back in to help us with this run. But this is the Hard Canon of Vengeance category. We will kind of get more into what that means once we get started, but time starts when I confirm starting difficulty, so we will get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And like I said, we have plenty of time to explain the category because this category begins with 2 minutes of unskippable cutscenes.
Passing soul.
Yeah, like every good Megami Tensei game, there is a dream sequence. You would be hard pressed to find games that don't have these in the beginning than games that do have them, especially under the Shin Megami Tensei name. Most of the mainline games start with one of these, so
I'm actually trying to think if there's one that doesn't. I guess SJ kind of, but it's kind of a mixture.
SMT, I believe SMT2 doesn't start with one.
Oh,
it kind of does, but kind of doesn't at the same time.
Right. Yeah, so this is your canon selection screen. For those who aren't familiar, Vengeance is an enhanced re-release of the Switch exclusive Shin Megami Tensei 5. I say enhanced re-release, it's really like it's a wholly entirely different game. But part of what they added was they added the Canon of Vengeance, which is an entirely alternate route through the game with different bosses and a different third area, and the obligatory Atlas re-release girl. So this is the screen where you choose whether you want to play the story of the original game or the story of Vengeance. So here we're given the choice of whether to take this mysterious girl's hand or leave her here. We opt to take her hand. And that sets us on the path of the Canon of Vengeance, which is part of the category name. Depending on, I can't remember what specifically I wrote for the category name. I think I just wrote CoV any %. But,
yeah, a bit of a mouthful for the category name. Hard Canon of Vengeance any %.
Yeah, but
yeah.
And some people include chaos at the end of the category too, because that's the ending we're technically going for, but we don't differentiate between the endings as far as categories go, because why would anyone ever go for the law ending? Because it's really slow.
Yeah, the law ending is just worse, pretty much.
Alright, here we'll be naming our character. Have RPGSU, and then I like to name my characters Bunny in homage to Pink Pajamas, who's one of the original kind of big Mega 10 runners. Always named his characters Bunny in SMT Nocturne, and so I name my characters Bunny, but spelled incorrectly because I think it's funny.
Yeah, in the beginning of the game, we start out in a high school classroom where we hear about these weird incidents happening all over Tokyo. So now there's a buddy system in place, so we have to go home in groups to avoid any incidents happening. So we meet Yuzuru here, who's basically the honor student of the class, and we'll tag along with him and his sister.
You know he's important because he's one of like 3 other people at the school that actually has a face.
Are you guys able to hear me? Does my audio
Yeah, we can
work?
hear you.
Okay, perfect. I thought for a second it was broken.
Yeah, behold, it's Shaggy.
Hello, I'm back. I see I haven't missed much. basically still in the intro.
Yep. So there was a murder at the train underpass that we normally take to get back home. So we're kind of stuck here. But then we find out the user suddenly went missing. So we go to look for him at behest of his sister, and then we meet this complete dorkwad named Dazai who hits his head on a pole, and then we go into a tunnel and it collapses, and suddenly we're in the middle of a desert. We also have a vision of some strange voices that will literally never show up again, monologuing about the tree of creation or something, or the tree of knowledge. That's what they're talking about. And we're like, oh, all right. So yeah, now we are in a accurate recreation of my hometown of Phoenix, Arizona. Sand as far as the eye can see. Suddenly attacked by demons, you know, normal day.
Young man, if you wish to
And
live
now
to
this
life,
handsome gentleman here named Aogami saves us from being attacked by demons, and we agreed to take his hand, and we have a nice little magical girl transformation montage, and now we are in Ahobino, which is basically a godling of sorts. And I have tutorials.
So mechanically, this game works using the press turn system that most of the mainline Megaten games use, where each one of your party members gets kind of an orb to indicate the number of actions that your team has, and certain things, well, basically every action will consume that press turn, but certain things can, instead of consuming it, will make it flash, and then you can use it again. These include hitting weaknesses or scoring critical hits. There are also ways that you can lose more than one press turn from an action. Like, for example, if you miss or hit something the enemy nulls, you'll lose 2. Or if you hit something the enemy repels or drains, you'll lose all of them, no matter how many you have. All of this applies to the enemies as well, so letting them exploit your weaknesses not only means they deal more damage, but they get more attacks. So it's very important that you cover your weaknesses, exploit enemy weaknesses, and preferably have them hit stuff that you null so they lose more turns.
Yeah, after that first fight, we decide we're still not entirely sure what's going on. Aogami has been here for a while, but his memory has been damaged. So in order to hopefully regain some of his memory, figure out what's going on, he requests that we get to some higher ground, look around, sort of figure out the state of things. But he does tell us that we are in the demon world, which for some reason looks like a post-apocalyptic version of Tokyo. We're not entirely sure why that is, but he tells us that if we get to Tokyo Tower, he can probably regain his bearings and find a way out. Here we are introduced to the shop mechanic as well as the Miman collection mechanic. Basically, there's 200 little goobers kind of hiding around the world, and for every 5 of them you find, you get a nice little reward. Each one also gets you one of the game's forms of currency. We will be not engaging with the Miman mechanic at all in this run. There is one that we are required to pick up right over here. That's like the tutorial, and it gives us an essence that's pretty nice. But aside from that, we will not be collecting any. They are way too far out of the way to grab, and this run is fairly minimalistic as is. So we don't need any of the rewards, and they take too long to grab. In the vanilla run, we used to get 10 of them to get access to a really good ability called Luck that would greatly boost the EXP and money that you would get from fights. However, that ability has been pretty heavily nerfed and is also not needed in Vengeance, so we will just be ignoring the little goobers.
Yeah, one of the big changes that Vengeance made is heavily reduced the impact of level scaling. So just being higher level doesn't make you quite as strong as it would back in vanilla SMT5. So gaining abilities that help you get faster experience is not as useful.
And here we have our
Here's
first
the,
negotiation.
Demon negotiation. So in this game, you don't have party members except for a few human party members that rotate in and out of the party. So instead, you collect demons by negotiating with them, and you can then fuse them together to create new ones. In demon negotiation, the demons demand a offering. It can vary from items to a different amount of money, and by giving them what they want, they will join you. Demon negotiations have weighted answers, so depending on what you choose, your chances of succeeding in the negotiation increase. It's RNG based, but you have a little bit of player input as well that will determine if the negotiation is successful or not.
Yeah, in general, negotiations are both slow and random, and so in speedruns, we avoid them as much as possible, but in the early game, you don't really have a choice.
Yes, I think overall we only do a handful of negotiations throughout the entire run, and then we fuse the rest of the party from those baseline demons that we recruit.
Yeah, we recruit 5 things total, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right, I think.
Yeah, sounds right.
No. Thankfully, with Vengeance, they added the... I knew that was the wrong answer. They added in what are called innate abilities. Every demon in this game does have a unique ability that have a variety of effects, either impacting how they function in combat, up to what Pixie's ability is, where Pixie will randomly smooth over one negotiation error once per conversation. So there you saw that, like, the slime got mad at me and he was going to attack me, but then Pixie showed up and, like, blew a kiss at him and then he calmed down. So that helps the recruits be a little bit less annoying, but if the game's feeling saucy, it's still going to cause problems. Worth noting in this game...
There, the auto combat goes by very quickly in this game. That's what we will be using for most of the fights in the game, where there's the option called auto skill, where the auto battle will choose one of your skills that depending on what weaknesses the enemy has, if they are known, and that makes the combat go by very, very quickly.
Yeah, something worth noting is that in this game you are able to determine one of the level up points that the main character gets per level up. The rest of your level ups are entirely fixed. Really? Alright. Yeah, some of your level ups are fixed. The game gives you level up points to guarantee that your stats end up kind of balanced if you didn't get a bonus level up point. But every level up you get to assign 1 stat point to the main character. Starting off in the run, we will be going all in on strength because there is a boss fight, technically 2 boss fights, but it's the same boss. Later on in this area that is weak to physical, and we really, really want to have access to some good damage for that fight. This game does introduce the ability to respec your main character's stats, so after we no longer need to do so, we will be going into magic for a while, because magic is incredibly powerful in this game. And then after that, when the main character is not going to be our damage dealer, we will be swapping to vitality. So you'll get to see a couple of different builds on the main character over the course of the run. Here, we're being introduced to the apotheosis mechanic, or basically just the ability to give your main character and your demons different abilities from other demons. Also a pretty big part of the run.
Yeah, we give the main character a passive skill, Rooted Soul, which just gives you a flat 30 bonus HP and MP, which is kind of a lot. You can't, unfortunately, you can only put it on the main character. You can't put it on any demons. But it's just a huge amount of extra survivability. Up here, we get the first what are called abscesses. These kind of giant red flower things. destroying these is what unlocks miracles to be able to buy them with glory. This one is mandatory, but the rest of them in the game are all technically optional.
Well done.
Some of the abilities that they unlock are pretty essential to play the game at all, so we do have to do some of them. But most of them can be skipped.
Yeah, not counting that one that's required, we only do 4 other abscesses of the, like, 12 that are in the game or something like that.
May I have a...
Here, we're introduced to Magatsui rails, just a nice thing that they added to Vengeance to allow us to travel between certain locations a little bit faster, or access some new areas that they added into Vengeance.
Yeah, this new area up here is newly added to the game. It's not that big, but it has a few chests to pick up. 1 glory crystal worth 50 glory, and a few new enemies, the gremlins over there. We don't need them. We're mainly just up here to grab the glory.
Yeah,
Glory,
we also
and
pick
I
up these
think-
lifestone chains to sell.
Right. Those are money.
Yeah.
The early game money can be a bit tight depending on what kind of drops we get from a couple enemies later on. So having anything that you can get to sell is quite helpful.
Yeah. Up to this point, the Canon of Creation and Canon of Vengeance stories are basically identical. This is kind of the first divergence points for the story modes. In Creation, you just have a little bit of a dialogue here with Yuzuru, but in Vengeance, they added a new boss fight that introduces us to both human party members and someone who will be our companion for most of the rest of the game in Yoko.
This boss fight is surprisingly random for an early game boss fight. It's not very hard to win, but it can actually kill you if he decides to just crit a lot. When he charges up like that, that means the next turn all of his attacks will be critical, but you can mitigate that by guarding. Guarding in this game reduces damage by, it's something small, I think it's like 30%. But honestly, the bigger thing that it does is it makes it so you cannot get crit and you cannot have your weakness exploited. So if you know the enemy is about to hit you with something like that, then guarding is very helpful. Guy also likes to spam a status ailment called Mirage, which just heavily reduces your accuracy. And again, since missing costs 2 press turns instead of 1, you really don't want to even attempt to attack while you're Mirage. It's not worth it.
Overall, though, that was a pretty good Glazia fight, though.
Yeah, that was fairly smooth.
Apparently you
Discord
two are
audio
row body.
terminal.
That might be a Discord thing.
Not exactly sure what I could do to try to fix that.
I believe yesterday there was some similar problems, and just like leaving and re-entering the call fixed it.
We'll try that. I will hope that that fixed it.
Because otherwise I don't think there's a whole lot we can do about it. Because you
Yeah,
sound fine on my
unfortunately.
end, so...
Okay.
So here we're introduced to Demon Haunts. This is another thing that was added to Vengeance. Basically just a little spot where you can talk to your demons, get some like little fun flavor text and lore. Also, as you use demons in battle or just have demons in your party for a long time, their loyalty to you will increase, which leads to them talking to you, maybe getting some stats, learning some new skills. We're not going to engage with that at all. However, one huge thing that haunts do is that after certain points, certain fixed spots in the story mode, your relationship with Aogami will deepen, which basically means you get 3 free stat points to allocate wherever you want. And those stat points also get refunded when you respec, so, oops.
They really add up over... Yeah, they add up over the course of the run. We also always try to get them before, like, more difficult boss fights, so they usually help us get the damage thresholds that we need easier for a couple specific fights.
Gonna be really careful and save here because fusion accidents are really fun.
Yeah, this game has fusion accidents like every other Mega 10, well, almost every other Mega 10 game, and in a speedrunning context, getting fusion accident means you load your save, because we always use very specific fusion routes and cannot adapt them reasonably, losing time.
It's only actually Persona games, Shin Megami Tensei games, and the Devil Summoner games that have accidents, with the exclusion of Soul Hackers 2. Other games don't. It's not that many games that have them overall.
Yeah, unfortunately that's probably a Discord issue. Cheer. Parrying Cheer is a miracle that makes it so that when you level up, you get half of your HP back, or half your HP and MP back, which is really nice. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much we can do about the robot voices other than like having the commentators leave and re-enter the call and hoping it works. And if it doesn't, then can't really
Try to leave and re-enter one more time, and maybe.
Yeah, otherwise it's an issue on Restreamer's end that we can't really fix. Just commentate play at the same time. I mean, I can, but that's why I have commentators, so I don't have to. And they know a lot more about this game than I do. Their insight is way more valuable than me being like, yeah, so this game's cool. They can commentate through chat.
That's one of the enemies that, quote-unquote metal slime enemies of this game that give more EXP and specific rewards depending on the Mitama type. Freedom just got a triple drop from the Saki Mitama, so money should be good for the rest of the run, basically.
Nice. Okay, apparently John is better now.
Okay, hopefully I sound better too.
Turning it off and on again works actually.
Hey! Alright, so that was Mandrake. Mandrake's the easiest recruit in the game unless your name is John Perry 23.
Yeah, Mandrake just seems to have a few options that are very likely to work.
Alright, we had to use a light shard for that last Mitama, so we're buying another one just in case. A running trend through a lot of Mega 10 games is that RNG in these games is very sticky. And by that I mean you tend to see a lot of the same results over and over again. And that it becomes very apparent with Mitamas. For whatever reason, a lot of the time Mitamas tend to, even though their weakness is randomized for each Mitama you encounter, they tend to have a lot of the same weaknesses in sequence. So, not guaranteed, but the next Mitama, I feel like, will have a decent chance of being weak to light. So this is the second type of Mitama. This is Ara Mitama. Ara Mitama is probably the second most valuable type of Mitama in the game. Because the item that they drop is, they drop Grimoire, see? Weak to light. They drop grimoires. What grimoires do is that they give one of your demons, or human party members, funny enough, a free level up. You can only level up your party members up to whatever your main character's level is. And the things that give your main character a level up are a different item entirely called Gospels. And those are dropped from a different Mitama that it was the most valuable and the rarest. So there we get some nice EXP from that Aramitama and some grimoires that will be very, very useful. We will be using basically every single grimoire that we can possibly pick up.
Yeah, there's a few cases where you can use grimoires to learn important skills in time, or sometimes just having your demons be a bit higher level, especially late game for the damage dealers.
Also notable about our
game,
Mitama is that it's my leave emote. He's very angry. And Mitamas will tend to leave if you don't kill them in the first turn. They can do other stuff, but usually they just leave.
Here you go.
Be careful.
That's a Magatsui foe. We will not be interacting with that mechanic at all because they are scary and will kill us.
Yeah, they're also just not worth killing. They don't really drop anything that's that helpful. Sometimes Mitamas are not just on the overworld, sometimes they're in these partner spots. So right now Amanozako is our partner. She kind of just flies around with us, and she can find items and stuff on the ground, and sometimes when you go to search for an item, you'll get ambushed by an enemy, and that has a possibility of being a Mitama. Some of the partner spots are fixed. They always have the same contents, and those are the only ones that we will be interacting with, because going for the random ones is a waste of time.
Oh, here's the mermaid. Mermaid Abscess, she's pretty easy, but she has a chance of inflicting a charm. We have a couple of ways to deal with that. Well, mainly just Neko Shogun's Patra to remove it. This should be a guaranteed 2-turn kill if nothing goes completely wrong.
Yep, we got it. The big issue with that fight is if MC gets charmed or if Neko Shogun gets charmed. Because Neko Shogun's our only means of curing the charm, and then MC using Magatsui critical there, which that's the second time that we've used it. Basically, like we saw earlier with Glazia, guarantees that every crit against it, every attack you do will be a critical hit.
Importantly, doing that optional abscess, and the main reason we do it is we get the miracle called Divine Amalgamation, which lets us change our main character's affinities with the essences that we used before. So now we can also use the essences in a defensive way.
I've never had that option go poorly before.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't always work. Yeah, the Mermaid Abscess is basically required in order to really play the game, because you can't go through the whole game being weak to Force and Dark. There are some places where that's just, you can't do that.
There we go, stupid cat. I hate
That's the last
that cat
recruit, though.
so much. But yes, we're done with recruits. Over here is an optional strength incense. I like picking it up just because it's kind of cool to have. It's not required at all for the damage ranges we'll be using later. Incenses boost a demon's stats by 1 of the corresponding incense. Our final damage dealing demon is going to be using a lot of his skills, so extra damage is cool.
Yeah, unlike the older Mega 10 games, they split stat boosting items between the main character and demons. They split them into 2 different types of items. Bombs for the main character and incenses for demons.
Here we are picking up some more items, then we'll be going and doing another Abscess fight. I believe this one has Art of Essences on it? Or is it the skill slots, or both?
This one...
I honestly cannot remember.
I don't think this one... I think you could actually skip this one in terms of... I think this one gives you, like, I forget what it's called, but more Magotsui when nulling attacks and stuff
Oh,
like
counter
that.
incentive, yeah.
Counter incentive, that's the one. But we need this experience to hit level 10.
Also,
So
actually, we do need counter incentive null if that's the one that this one gives, and it will help us build bar later.
yeah, it's
scary.
one you could potentially route around, but obviously we didn't do
Possibly,
that.
yes.
It's not like the Mermaid Abscess where you're not routing around not having Divine Amalgamation.
Right.
But we decided this one wasn't worth skipping because we need to get level 10 off something.
It also has Vengeful Opportunist, which we use a little bit.
Yeah, it's got a bunch of Magotsui building ones, I think is what that has. It's the ones that are kind of useful.
At this point, if you do a side quest, you can get a powerful demon to help you out with the next fight. There's a couple quests in the game that if you do them, you get a higher level demon to join your party. Namely, Liana Seed and Apsaras, Liana is level 17 and Apsaras is level 16, which would help with the next boss. We used to route them in the vanilla SMT5, but we don't anymore, so we definitely need level 10 for the next boss fight.
Yeah, the quests
want to
kind of
skip
take a while and involve doing an extra boss fight. And it's not a trivial extra boss fight either. They're actually somewhat challenging. You have to set up for them and whatnot. So when we found a way to beat Hydra without it, we decided to just roll with that.
Yeah, so we're gonna do a couple extra fusions here to help us out with the fight. The next boss is weak to ice, so we're just gonna put Bufu basically onto everyone.
Yeah, the next boss is unironically probably the hardest fight in the run, at least in terms of execution. It's quite a bit longer than what the average fight length will be in this run, and it's a very big strain on the resources that you have, because we have barely anything at this point. You also might be forced to adapt, and if you miss, or if the boss misses, you might have to change. There's a lot of ways to end up off script that don't necessarily kill you immediately, but can be hard to make the optimal choice to recover from.
Yeah, one extra layer of difficulty is we need to control the damage we deal to the boss, since we don't want to over-damage him, which is not usually a factor in a lot of these fights. But in this fight specifically, over-damaging will push him into phase 2, which is actually quite bad if you do it too early.
Yeah, specifically if you push him into phase 2 while he has charged up Magotsui, you're probably dead. But you have to... We have to... his charge... He charges Magotsui based on damage ranges, not based on the number of turns that have gone past. So the basic idea behind our strategy here is we're going to try to do as much damage as we can possibly do in the first turn to get him to that first damage threshold where he will charge up his Magotsui. And on that turn, he will always do the same thing, which is normal attack and then charge. And then after, on his next turn, he will also always do the same thing, which is Toxic Breath, which is a dark attack. And we can mitigate that by using an item called a Dark Dampener, which makes us immune to dark attacks for one turn. And then as long as we keep the damage going, using our crit turn and basically all of our resources we can, defense debuffs, etc. If missing is very bad, though. What you want to do is by the time he gets another turn, he'll be in the next damage threshold where he wants to charge again. And then you basically do that again. Then after that, you have to push him into phase 2. Unfortunately, if you don't do enough damage to him, then he can Fire Breath, and that's really bad.
But I didn't lose Ketchi or Neko Shogun there. I probably could have fixed it, but
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the amount of fire weaknesses we currently have in the party, any hit from fire breath is basically game over.
Yeah, fire breath is a random target fire move that can double hit. So it can do a lot of damage if it decides to just double hit someone.
Alright, take 2.
Thankfully, retrying boss fights is not that slow in this game.
Yeah, this game introduced save anywhere, so in Vanilla 5 you were restricted to saving only on the Leland founts.
Which, fortunately for this fight, at least there's a ley line fount like right by it. But
Yeah, for most bosses, it's not a big deal because there are very few bosses that are far from leyline founts. They generally drop the idea of making players walk for a very long time before starting a boss fight. This
there we go.
seems to be going a bit better this time. Phase 2 is where the fight gets quite a bit more random. We try to put a few Fang Breakers on, which are just an attack debuff. We try to do that before going there just for some safety. We have to switch out Zutenshi for Polida because he's out of MP, and at this point we really only have one MP recovery item, which we're going to use on Angel. At this point, what we want to try to do is build up another full Magasui bar, so we have another crit turn. Then we want to get Yoko in, and then use that crit turn, because she can. Well, demons can't use items in this game. Human party members can. That's unfortunate.
Oh, that's a nasty crit, yeah.
So at the start of phase 2, he's always gonna do Frenzy, which is a multi-hit fizz skill. What you really want to see that miss somebody, because then he loses his 2 press turns. If it crits somebody and doesn't miss anybody, then things can go really south really fast. We have fire dampeners to help protect us from fire breath here, and they're very helpful, but you can only carry 3 dampeners at any given time. So we can't just sit here and stall forever. We do need to keep going with our damage. We have to kill him before we run out of dampeners.
I'm gonna kill him next turn.
Which usually isn't too hard, unless we get more misses. The problem at this point is that Neko Shogun is out of MP, and his debuffs are probably wearing off, so it's really hard to... okay, got the kill. It's really scary when Sukunda and Rakunda wear off, because, I mean, you can miss more often and your damage goes down quite a bit, so it can be very easy to get just magic pixeled here when you're out of fire dampeners and then have him just kill you.
Yeah, I was able to get Keeper Kunda up, thankfully, so...
Yeah. Okay, that's, there's Hydra. So after
Defeating
Hydra...
Hydra...
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was about to say the same thing, that the map opens up after defeating Hydra, so we have a lot of places to explore and resources to collect. We also get the access to the return pillar, which now lets us travel back instantly to the last visited ley line, which we will make use of while collecting stuff. And also will open up a partner spot here with a Kushi Mitama, which is the Mitama that is the most valuable to us that we mentioned earlier. It gives us the item called Gospel, which raises the MC's level by 1.
Yeah.
So unlike Grimoires, it can be used on MC and only on MC.
Yeah, and the thing to note about MC's level is extremely important because your fusion cap is determined by MC's level. You can fuse any demon up to his level, so you can kind of view it as leveling up MC effectively levels up your whole party because you can now fuse stuff at that level, which makes Gospels much, much more valuable than Grimoires. We'll go around on a collectathon for a bit. The next boss fight is somewhat hard. We want to get to level 12 before doing it, because there's a very specific demon we want to help us with that fight. So we're going to fight Mitamas in order to get there.
We'll collect a couple chakra drops here for the final boss of this area and also for optional side quest later. We're only gonna do a couple side quests in the run, but the one I'm talking about is right on the path. It's just a delivery quest, so we only need one chakra drop for that.
And the reward for it's incredible for the fight that it's right before, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah.
Here you go.
Another partner spot Mitama that drops Grimoires.
I guess I could have had Angel use Hana there instead. Whatever.
Not a big deal.
In order to make the collecting part of this section a bit smoother, we're gonna take a shortcut through this broken down building. There's a bit of a difficult movement here. You need to do a pretty precise jump in order to make it to the next building, which
unfortunate.
I distracted you.
This is probably not an intended jump,
I did
but
it
it's
twice.
worked since vanilla, so...
I keep jumping too early. That's,
yeah, if you jump too
scary.
early, you bonk your head, unfortunately. You fall down. But the intended way to get up to this spot is quite roundabout. You gotta go pretty far out of your way to climb up here, whereas just jumping from the window of this building is way faster.
Yeah, so we want this Bicorn Essence because it has the passive ability Beast Eye, which is a passive skill that increases the accuracy of the demon.
Unfortunately, we can't actually get Beast Eye from the Essence this time around, but...
Not quite yet, yeah.
Yeah, we
But
use
it has
this
other good
Bicorn
skills on it.
for charge, but we will use Bicorn's Essence later for Beast Eye.
Yeah, the developers moved Art of Essences 2 out of Area 1, and so they make you wait for Beast Eye for a little bit longer, which would be rather obnoxious because of the huge accuracy boost from Beast Eye, but thankfully there's other ways that we can make our accuracy not terrible, so...
Yeah. Yeah, Beast Eye was incredibly vital to the vanilla speedrun route, but this Vengeance has some other ways to deal with accuracy problems.
It has Mermaid.
Yes.
Oh,
we can
come
talk
on!
Accidents are doubly painful in this game because they also start an unskippable cutscene.
We'll play it out for the fans. It's a little faster to quit. I think it's a little faster to quit the game than reopen it, but we'll play it for
I
the
never
fans.
timed it, but it always felt faster to reopen the game.
The cutscene is pretty long, and the only difference is the slight red color in the beginning. It's pretty silly that they make you sit through that every time you accident. Well, not every time you accident, but the first time you accident.
Alright, let's see what it is. Heck you, McCoy. Stupid sock puppet. I always thought that McCoy looked like an Australian sock puppet.
Well, he is from Australia.
Alright, let's try that again, shall we?
Are you?
Yeah, so I was gonna talk about Mermaid. So, we care about Mermaid because of her innate skill, which is called Pandemonic Feast. It is one of the most overpowered innate skills. Arguably, it's the most overpowered. So what it does is, while you're under any kind of Magotsui effect, so like critical or really any of the other ones, dance, all that kind of Magotsui skills, all random target skills have their maximum number of hits increased by 2. So a skill like, say, Scratch Dance, which is a physical skill that normally hits from 2 to 4 times, will have that changed to 2 to 6 times. This is, I mean, that on its own is pretty strong, but it becomes even stronger in single target situations, because normally random hit skills can only ever hit their minimum number of hits against just one target. But with Pandemonic Feast, that's increased by 2. So instead of only hitting 2 times, Scratch Dance would hit 2 to 4 times. And because of the janky way Atlas did the math, it's actually more likely that you will see 4 hits than 3 or 2. So functionally, Pandemonic Feast increases the damage output of random target skills by just a huge amount. It's really big. Now, it only works during Magotsui turns, but still, there's a lot of ways to build Magotsui gauge fast in this game. So you can usually crank out 2 of them, 2 turns in decent length boss fights, or in some cases you might only need 1 to just completely destroy a boss.
Also, it works out really well since Magotsui critical is when we do our most of our damage anyway. So
Yeah.
it works out quite well.
Yeah. You can also combine it with things like charge, concentrate, those types of skills. Anything that lets you set up before the turn synergizes very well.
Yeah, so you're so free to pick up a demon statue. Those are those petrified demons that have latent demonic power in them. When you absorb them, your entire stock of demons level up by 1, including human characters for some reason, but it doesn't affect the MC. We'll pick up a few of them in the run.
Yeah, one extra thing to note about demon statues is they are not capped by MC's level. Normally something like a grimoire would be capped by MC's level. These statues are not.
Yes, there's usually 5 or 4 of these per area. We'll pick up a couple of them in the first area, and then we do one of them later, or a couple of them actually later, but we ignore quite large chunk of them since they're quite out of the way sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even the ones that are like later on, the ones that are kind of in the way aren't like impactful enough to be super worth it.
Yeah,
in vanilla, we
they're
grabbed
not
like
super
almost
useful.
every statue in the game because of the pull level scaling situation. Yeah, little oh damn it.
Now we only really pick up the ones that allow us to reach a certain breakpoint, like survivability or learn a new skill in time for a fight.
Yeah.
Which
these
is
two
what
we
these
picked up
two
just-
are.
These two are fairly on the way, and at this point we're kind of weak and are really want some more power. So grabbing these 2 statues actually makes quite a big difference.
Yeah, so you saw the follow-up mechanic that was introduced in Vengeance. So the way it works is that if you start a fight with an enemy, like we did with the Mitama there, if there's another enemy that is close to them, they can get included into a follow-up. So you saw the Zenus that were nearby, so they got included into the follow-up there.
Yeah, getting a follow-up on a Mitama is very unfortunate in the game.
Oh, you want some?
Yeah, the follow-ups have the mechanic where they multiply the EXP you get from the encounter chain, so you can actually get like a lot of EXP from fighting follow-up chains like this,
They're out to get me, chat.
which we will make use of a bit later.
Alright, so here we have another new fight to the Canon of Vengeance. And this fight is the entire reason why we go Fizz in the early game.
Yeah, this character, because you have to fight her twice. So, this is one of the main villains of the Canon of Vengeance storyline, the Kadishtu. Her name is Nama. At this point, we don't know very much about them, other than they don't seem like very nice people. And immediately opening with a miss sucks.
Yeah, so Nama has her innate ability is that every Kadishtu ally, including her, gets a boost into evasion, so misses in this fight are fairly common.
Oh, I also forgot to buy Amritas, yeah.
Might have been fun, but yeah, whatever.
Well, I forgot to buy Amritas, so if...
Oh yeah.
So
that
Nama
was more
has
the problem.
Nama has a unique ability called Capitulate to Pleasure that has a very high chance of inflicting charm, so you really want something to get rid of it. We use Amrita Soda, the item on MC, and then we have Patra on all of our demons to cure the charm away.
Yeah,
so
we use the Apsaris essence we picked up in that building over there. Her resistance is null or immune to charm, so we put that on the main character so he's immune to charm, and then make him go first so we can start the Patra Conga line to cure everybody. Because on hard difficulty, Capitulate to Pleasure is so strong that it's most of the time it will charm your entire party.
yeah, Nama has +7, I believe, on her ailment inflicting affinity.
and
It's very
high
likely to
luck,
happen.
too.
It's okay, we're just trying to get the marathon back on schedule.
Yeah, prior to getting access to Trifuri or Smoke Balls, it can be very bad if you get caught by a random encounter, because escape rates on hard mode are very low. And fighting stuff, especially if it goes first, can be very difficult.
Here you go.
There we go. Okay, for realsies this time.
Now wail and lament. Your anguish shall become the Magatsuhi.
Don't say that, I have to run Nocturne tomorrow. There we go. Wow, I hit. Amazing. First attack landed. Good start. Alright.
So after we cure everyone from this Capitulate to Pleasure that she just did, you can, on the next turn, you can really see what Pandemonic Feast can do.
Right. So yeah, we prepped our, I only got the one, darn.
Getting a double hit on the charge attack sucks.
That was some really bad rolls.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not guaranteed to do huge damage, but on average, it will do a lot.
Hey, they. Nama does have an innate that makes her very dodgy. It increases the evasion of her and any Kadishtu allies she has, which will be relevant in a later fight. Well, hopefully not relevant in a later fight. It's something that is a mechanic in a later fight.
Thankfully, with this fight, you're kind of stuck stalling a bit anyway, because you need to be close-ish to full Magatsuki gauge for the next fight. So if everything hits and everything goes perfectly, then you're stuck usually having to wait a turn, or building bar somewhere else afterwards.
Yeah, so we fight off Nama, she leaves, and then this angel shows up like, hi guys, and basically just tells us that, because this entire time we've been looking for that one dweeb Dazai who got captured by an angel when we arrived here. The angel tells us that the humans got moved to the diet building, so we're now going, our objective is now to go over there. Actually money's fine, right? Money's not quite fine yet.
A bit on the low side. Even though you got triple drop, I'm kind of surprised you're not having enough.
Yeah, the second one gave me a single drop, and it was, I think, the lowest value one.
Oh, you want some? Well, do ya?
Sometimes you get... Unfortunately, this chest is quite out of the way. Contains, I think it's 2k, right? Something
Yeah,
like
2K.
that.
Yeah, it's 2k. You can make do without it if you just sell your house and everything else in it.
Yeah,
But,
for world record attempts, you never go and pick that up. If you don't have enough money, you just sell everything you have and then hope you don't actually need that. Like, sell all your gems and stuff and then just hope you don't need them.
Shouts to Ipandatara and the very fun noises that he makes. So here we get to the angels, and they're like, hey, we can't let you in because you look like a demon, but if you kill these other demons for us, then we'll trust you. So we agree to fight these demons that are up here on this hill. Which takes us into the other hardest fight in the run. I don't buy anything here. Making sure after the forgetting to buy Emerita sodas earlier, now I'm paranoid. So here we register the Soberion, because we're going to need him back with his stats. Here we're going to fuse Bicorn. Bicorn is... not... Patra, there we go, words.
Is this demon?
So we're gonna
like I mentioned before, Bicorn has Beast Die, and we're going to want to get that on as many of our demons as possible, and so we're going to have him here to start working on that.
Yeah, he's also just a good physical damage dealer. Another scratch dance user.
Yeah, we fuse him through Obarion, and then we buy back Obarion to get more strong scratch dance users for the next fights, and we need all the damage we can get. Also, we'll switch our MC's affinities, so he is not weak to fire anymore. I mean... and the next fight with Eligor is a little bit sketchy. He can hit very hard with physical.
Oh, apparently the roboting has returned.
Oh.
Thanks, Discord. But yeah, basically, Eligor hits really, really hard. He has fire skills. He has really strong physical skills. So we're going to be making sure that we're not weak to either of those things and setting up our party for the fight with him.
Oh, you want some? Well, do ya?
These Tsuchigumos are a little annoying to dodge because they have, like, very questionable hitboxes. So you'll see I'll, like, aggro them and then run to get them to attack, and then run very, very far away. Because I do not trust them to not just hit me from across the way.
Be careful.
We also banked our demon hot points there, just more strength for more damage. And here's
so-
Eligor.
Her is a nasty fight because he can do a lot of damage. He has a skill that's a very strong physical skill that's got a pretty decent crit rate. These Andresses are very dodgy, and they like casting Sukukaja. He has Miragi, multi-hit fire skill, and this whole fight kind of hinges on, first of all, will the game let us set up properly, or are we gonna miss?
I messed up.
And then afterwards, can we get, how much damage can we get done with Scratch Dance?
Interesting. I messed up the strat a little bit, but it should still be fine.
Yeah, normally you'd want to use crit on turn 2, but you need to have your party in before you do it. So then hopefully we get big Scratch Dance hits.
Not big scratch dance hits, unfortunately.
Those were not some big Scratch Dance hits, unfortunately.
That was better. Little unfortunate that they weren't the ones with the charge, but
Yeah, as long as you can get one of the Andres killed, usually you're okay. Especially if the other one's low HP and muted. One of the things we do to make this fight a lot better is use Polida's unique skill, Entangling Tendrils, which does two things. Most of all, it's a full party attack debuff, and it has a chance of sealing the enemies, which makes them not able to use their skills. It makes this fight substantially easier. Now we kind of just... The fight should be fairly won by this point. We just need to keep Tarunda on Eligor and keep MC healed, so that way he doesn't die, and then usually you're okay.
yeah, if Graham Slice crits, it does some absurd amount of damage.
Yeah, even double Tarunda, it'll do like 100 damage. Pretty close to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game AI in terms of targeting, in my understanding, they do prefer hitting targets with highest amount of HP, and they avoid targeting the lower max HP characters. So it's usually MC who takes front of the hits here.
Yes. Hold.
Alright. Well, as long as you win the Eligor fight, you're happy.
Yeah. A little scuffed, but so has everything else been in this run so far, so. Couple items down this ledge here that are quicker to just jump to, and we get back to report to the angels, and they're just gone now. We're also here introduced to Periapts, which is something that was added to Vengeance, that are just more Magatsui abilities. Most of them are just like some big attack with a side effect. Those we don't really care about much. There is one specific Periapt that we really, really care about, and we'll be seeing it a little bit later.
Yeah, there's one that we will go out of our way to do a side quest to get a particular skill that will kind of break the late game in half. But for now, just grab a few things on the diet building, and then the next boss is not too bad. It's definitely easier than Eligor.
Yeah, there's kind of two types of Periapts. There's ones that are character specific, and then there's ones that are like alignment specific. Okay, menu. I don't need that. Make sure I suck up the dark dampener. Teehee. Say thanks. We got some more fusions. Here we get the Menorah of Knowledge. It allows us to fight fiends and stuff. We will be fighting 0 fiends.
Yeah, fiends are just a side quest that we don't have to do, and fighting them is not worth it.
Especially
Right
because the
now,
first
we
one
need-
is a pain in the butt.
Yeah, first one's pretty difficult. Right now, we need to fuse... Well, yeah, we basically need to fuse Apsaris. Not the boss we're about to fight, but the boss after is going to be Nama again. And since we took the Null Charm off of MC to get rid of the fire weakness for Eligor, we can't just put it back on because we used the essence. We don't have it anymore. So we need someone to start the Patra Conga line, so we're gonna fuse Apsaris to do it instead of using her essence.
Cool.
I've just picked.
Alright, one more partner spot we're picking up right outside the Diet Building with another Strength Incense. This one is very much right on the way, so no reason not to grab it.
Yeah.
And then
Strength
we'll...
Incense are the most valuable type of... well, at least in the late game. Vitality Incense are kind of nice in the early game. They can help your demons not get one-shot.
The run tomorrow is any percent, but you still have to fight a couple of fiends in any percent because they're literally in the way.
My name is Nua.
Alright, so this is Nua. She has killed all of these angels and now wants to beat us up, so we're gonna fight back.
Yeah, so... this fight, she's got quite a lot of HP, but the game kind of fakes you out in that you don't actually have to get rid of all of her HP. Once you bring her down to half health, the fight just ends and you win. Which I kind of don't like, but hey, it
Scared the hell out of me casually when I played vanilla.
Yeah. It was a lot worse in vanilla when you were barely scratching her health bar, because that game was just way harder to do damage. But yeah, so we don't have to go all the way. So we're gonna... She's weak to fire, and we're kind of just gonna pelt her with fire, debuff her defense and agility so we don't miss and do more damage. We also use a skill called Taunt. What that does is it makes the enemy more likely to target the taunt user. So Nua has force
More
skills.
likely, not guaranteed.
Yeah, not guaranteed, unfortunately. She has very strong force skills. So we put an essence on MC that makes him null force, and then we use taunt to try to draw all that damage and then protect the rest of our party. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work, and she can one-shot most of the other team members. But thankfully, she isn't crazy threatening. As long as you can keep hitting her, you're generally okay. If you stop doing damage for a while, eventually she'll start doing nasty things like Mazio and that other kind of garbage. Wow, that's very unlucky.
That's so rude. Like, so her AI actually does have a bias towards attacking MC.
I would just bring somebody else in.
Yeah. Just trying to think. I should taunt again first, huh? Then we'll figure it out. Also, my buffs are fine. Let's just do Racunda, so I only have to do a Secunda next turn.
Yeah, it's fine.
And now let's just bring in, like...
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Bicorn is like your tankiest.
I just had to check to make sure it wasn't, like, weak to... force or anything.
Yeah. So we do want to end this fight with full bar, because we want to start off the next boss fight with the Magotsui skill. So while well, you could use it here to salvage this bad situation. We don't want to do that. Thankfully, when she charges, she always uses force. So again, as long as we have force dampeners, which we should, and it's not threatening at all.
Fortunately, her buff is going to wear off, but... Oh, and I didn't...
Should be pretty close at this point, I think. Oh, wow.
It's fine.
Yeah, this fight doesn't give you any experience, so as long as you can finish it, it really doesn't matter how many of your demons die. And since MC is pretty safe, it's very rare that you lose the Nua fight. She can just kind of waste your time.
I did have her slap MC to death the other day, but that was, I think, one of the only times I've
not
seen that.
unheard of, but it's unlikely.
In case anyone was curious, we're already like 12 minutes behind my PB.
Fine. So we end up back in the real world now. And we get introduced to this organization called Bethel, and they explain to us that the world we knew is basically just an illusion created by God. The kind of apocalyptic wasteland we were just in is the real world. And so this Bethel organization is dedicated to fighting the demons that infest that world. And this is the Prime Minister of Japan. He's the head, also the head of Japan's Bethel organization. And he wants us to join and help them fight the demons, because they say things are getting worse. This kind of miracle fake world that God created is starting to fray, and demons from the real world are getting in, so they need more help.
Also, during that scene, this one angel showed up and tried to murder us until she was stopped by Tao, our friend here. Because she claims that we are an abomination and a blasphemer before God or something.
Yeah, we learn a little bit more about what a Nahabino is and what we've actually become, and that Nahabinos are effectively beings who have the right to remake the world. So, basically, every once in a while, the world enters a state of decay and must be completely destroyed and then remade. And the ones who do that task are Nahabino. Essentially, all the various Nahabino are supposed to fight each other to decide who has the right to recreate the world however they want to. The Angel Abdiel really doesn't like that, because one of the things God supposedly did when he first came to power is ban all Nahabino from existing, because of course he doesn't want them, destroying and recreating his world. So any loyal servants of God are not happy to see a Nahabino exist.
But they agree to let us be around because we seem to, at the moment, be on their side, at least. And we are unaware of our role in that situation.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I transferred
here
over
Yoko
to
transfers over since we've kind of been assigned to work together on assignments. And we're like, Bethel's kind of scary. The dialogue prompts in this game does have an internal alignment system. In the vanilla game, the alignment system existed, but it mattered for basically nothing as far as the speedrun was concerned. Because the game just straight up asked you what ending you wanted, and you could pick whatever ending you wanted to get. In this game, at least specifically in the canon of Vengeance, the game does keep track of what your alignment is as far as which of the 2 Vengeance endings to give you. So throughout the game, we're going to be picking the more chaotic / siding with Yoko choices, at least in like the big dialogue moments, just to make sure that our alignment falls into chaos by the time all is said and done. Worth noting, if you are like more or less neutral between the 2 endings, the game does give you a choice, but that's an extra bit of dialogue, and so that's slow when you can just, you know, pick a couple of options and be chaotic and fun.
Yeah. When routing this game, we very quickly realized that the chaos ending is just much better than the law ending. It wasn't really a contest. We didn't have to think too hard about which ending was better.
Yeah, the routes are identical, are entirely identical, except for one singular boss fight, which is why there's not like an ending split category-wise. But one boss fight is different, and the boss fight that you have to fight in the law route is really, really slow and has a ton of HP and is overall just an absolute pain to fight in general, but especially with the setup we have in the speedrun. And so just doesn't work for the run, whereas the Chaos final boss, the Chaos side boss is really easy and also quite therapeutic because it's fun to beat up that specific boss.
Yeah.
So, Chaos Bros stay winning.
We cannot allow her to do as she pleases. Come.
And here Nama and Glazia break into the real world, and we have to fight them.
Yeah, they're just murdering people indiscriminately in the subway, and we decide that's not good, and try to stop her.
Yes, they have the same affinities as in the earlier fights. We just start off with a Pandemonic Feast turn, and then after that it's just about stalling and trying to get through without dying. We should be able to always finish this fight on the second go around with Pandemonic Feast.
We need to bring Apsaris in because she will open with Capitulate the Pleasure again, and we need some defense against that. And then we give Oberian some Grimoires and Vitality Incense, specifically so he will not be one-shot by what Lavalos just did there. And now, since we did enough damage on turn 1, they charged up, which means they'll always use Force as well as Tarunda twice. So now the fight is we just want to play kind of slow and stall things out until we fill our Magatsui gauge back up. Then we'll go all in and try to kill them.
Yeah, so on the turns that they are not charged, we can just use a Dark Dampener, and that should be enough to hopefully keep us safe.
Yeah, there are some nasty things they can do, because Bouncing Claw can triple hit crit, but as long as none of your demons die, and you can get to your second crit turn, you should be fine. In this case, is very well set up. Rude. Oh, yeah, I mean, you've got so much damage.
Yeah,
you should
I
probably
should
still
kill
kill.
anyway.
Your turn. Go.
A little unfortunate that Oberian is double Tarunda, but
Double Taruna. I mean, yeah, still I think you're gonna be fine.
yeah. Yeah, we're fine.
Nice.
Finally, I didn't die to a fight. I still got trolled a little bit, but not as catastrophically. Alright, so here we find out that, well, the Kadishtu were attacking people. A bunch of random demons also decided to attack people. Being led by a very powerful demon by the name of Lamu. And that because we were busy fighting Nama, we just barely missed Lamu, so we're chasing after him. He apparently went back to the school. because the demons seem to be wanting to kidnap students to try to become Nahobinos themselves.
I'm glad
Yeah,
you're
so
here.
in order for a
Did you
demon
come
to
to help?
become a Nahobino, they need to find their knowledge.
Good.
Yada yada yada, Judeo-Christian lore. Humans have demons' knowledge, and a specific human will have a specific demon's knowledge. So any demon that wants to become a Nahobino and recreate the world must find their specific human. So Lamu has come to the school because he believes that his is here. And we don't really want that to happen, so we're gonna go and try to stop him.
Unfortunately, as soon as we get in here, we find that Lamu has found his knowledge, and it was this girl that was getting bullied that was, like, friends with Tao and stuff. There's this whole, like, weird bullying sub-arc that we just kind of completely skip over, because it was kind of in the middle of everything. But us and Yoko go through the school trying to track down Lamu, and then we find Tao, and because Tao is friends with the girl, she also joins our party. So now we'll have Tao in our party for the next few areas.
For quite a while, yeah. Tao and Yoko stay in your party for basically half the game, pretty close.
Yeah, they usually leave your party at the beginning of a new area, and then they join with the new skills that are higher tier, basically. So we get the powered up version of them now.
So Yoko had a bunch of tier 1 magic. Now all of that magic has been tiered up to tier 2. So she's
Tao
much more
just
powerful
has
now.
Tao just has healing and buffing magic, basically.
Yeah, Tao's not very good.
I think the human party members are pretty well balanced in this game. They have their uses, but they don't outshine demons at all. You can find things to use them for, but you never feel like they're better than a well-constructed demon.
Yeah, they're definitely really good at the start of areas because they tend to have at least Yoko especially tends to have the next tier of abilities before any of your demons do. And so having someone who just has that coverage is really nice starting in an area, but usually by the time you get to an end of an area, you're better off just with a party full of demons.
There's a bunch of kind of mini forced fights here. None of these fights are very hard. They can do decent damage if you get really unlucky, though.
Oh, I missed that roll. That's unfortunate. Greeted for a little bit of MP, and that was obviously not the right choice.
And now that Tao and Yoko are both in our party, basically after everything happens, they need to take, 15, 20 seconds or so and spit their philosophy at each other for a bit. So, Canon of Vengeance has longer cutscenes, like, always.
Yeah.
Because Tao and Yoko are always talking about something.
So here, Dazai decided to join Bethel to help fight the demons and stuff, and then on his first battle, he kind of chickened out and kind of just froze in the corner there until we found him. Here it turns out this girl was an incubus. And funny enough, this fight in Canon of Creation is, like, really stupidly difficult for some reason, and then in the Vengeance version of it is much easier, though it still can do some mean things.
Yeah, they nerfed this fight really hard.
In Canon of Creation, it's 2 Shiki-Yojis and a Mananoggle, who are all 3 of them pretty high leveled, and Shiki-Yoji has access to light and dark magic and resists Fizz.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
They can charge turn 1. I don't think they're guaranteed to, but they're fairly likely to.
You honestly kind of want them to.
Yeah, because that's one
that
less
means they're not
attack.
hitting you.
Yeah, especially in vanilla, because in vanilla you survive the one hit and then you blow them up in one turn with.
Yeah, you invest a crit turn for that because it's worth it.
Zaris. I'm curious about something that Fell recommended yesterday, but I don't want to test it based on how horribly this run has been going so far.
Oh, I must have not been paying attention.
Oh yeah, he suggested swapping MC and Apsaris' turn order, since Apsaris can't get targeted with the mud.
I did not know that was a thing. I never figured how this mud works.
I mean, the targeting for all things in this game is HP based, so Upthrust is the lowest HP and demon we have, so she can't get targeted, basically.
Alright, so this is
We
Lamu.
didn't really,
Oh.
we didn't really look at the targeting AI when we were routing the first draft of this, so...
No, I didn't know how it works.
He's upset because Tao talked Issa Nakami out of... Or, not Issa Nakami, that's Tao's last name. Tao talked her friend out of murdering people, and he's really upset about that because he likes murder. And so now he's trying to kill us.
Surprised you remembered the last names. There's no way I would have remembered that.
I just remember it because this specific fight opens with her yelling, "Issa Nakami, get behind me!"
Oh, yeah. And I guess it is there on the screen right now.
So this is kind of like the Phase 1 fight against Lamu in CoV, or in COC,
Yeah.
but we're a lot weaker because we're a lot earlier in the game. And then he dies because he doesn't have his knowledge to protect him. And then Lilith shows up and she kills Sahori anyway, and also kills Tao. And then Tao gets better.
Yeah, Tao dies and gets revived like 4 times in this game.
Sahori's last name is Itsukishima. I remember that because there's a cutscene in CoV where or COC where he's like, "Itsukishima. In fact, I don't see Issa Nakami either," or something.
Oh yeah, that's after you kill Lamu. Right?
Yeah.
They both die.
Yeah, and then everyone dies.
Yeah.
I'm detecting a theme here. Alright, because things have been going poorly and I've gotten caught a couple times, I'm gonna buy some buy a few smoke balls.
It's fine.
I have like no money, but it's fine.
Well, buying 3 is a bit ambitious. I would have bought 1.
Yeah, we'll see. So here, the demons and the Kadishu have, like, kidnapped a bunch of students, and so we are going into the demon world in order to rescue those students.
Yeah, so this is the start of Area 2. The game is roughly split into 4 areas.
This being the shortest area by, like, a pretty large margin, though.
Yeah.
The big thing I have to keep in mind is now that I do have smoke balls, I need to not just mash down to the bottom option.
Oh no.
It's fine.
Okay.
Is the bridge explosible in this version? Yes, it's a lot harder to do, and it serves 0 benefit because Atlas changed how the plot flags work in this area.
Yeah, so to explain what the bridge glitch was, back in the vanilla version, there was a fairly easy way to get out of this first section of Area 2 by simply... Because normally if you try to cross the bridge to leave this area, I think Aogami or somebody will stop you from doing so and force you back. But if you run towards the trigger and spammed the switch home menu button, you'd kind of lag the game enough that you would push through that trigger, and then you could keep going from there, and all the plot flags would be completely broken, so none of the bosses would spawn or anything like that. And then there was a quest you could do later on to kind of fix and re-enable the plot flags, but by that point you'd already walked past 2 bosses and effectively skipped them. So you could effectively skip 2 bosses in this area. The glitch does still work in Canon of Vengeance, but like Frito said, because the plot flags work differently, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, they added a bit of dialogue in both COC and COV, so it doesn't work in either canon anymore. They added a bit of dialogue with Yuzuru when you first get to the fairy forest area, and that dialogue is now what spawns the quest that we did use to fix the... to reset the plot flags properly. And now that dialogue has a prerequisite conversation that's set by other conversations. So you can't really, like, you could still, I think you can still technically skip one of the fights, but not as well, and it doesn't save nearly as much time or something. It's like, it's not worth doing anymore. It's also a lot harder to do. You can only do it in the PC version of the game, and presumably the Switch 1 version, but like, Lamau playing this game on Switch 1. Where they also changed how the main character behaves when he runs, like, into an out-of-bounds, quote, section of the map. Not out of bounds, but out of, like, play area that they want you to be in at that moment. Where in the original, he would take, like, 4 steps backwards to, like, try to get himself back in bounds. But then he would give up after 4 steps. In this one, he continues to walk backwards until he's in bounds, or unless he detects that he is stuck, and then he'll give up. So basically, in order to do the skip, you have to get yourself not only past the trigger, but also stuck on an object, so that the main character will stop trying to run forward. And the glitch in the PC version is done by having the game in windowed mode and then, like, tabbing out and then dragging the game window for a little bit so that the game is running in, like, a half initialized state, which is what causes you to run past the trigger. It's weird and kind of convoluted to do, and there's a reason. And also, there's a plugin that we use to run this game to let us, like, play the game while it's unfocused and stuff, and as such, that also completely disables the ability to do that glitch, so most people don't do those tricks with Vengeance. This is where you would do the trick, by the way, if you were wanting to do it, though, just for reference.
Yeah, this run is glitchless, and it's how I prefer to play the game anyway.
Yeah, there is the world record for this category that is, I think 20 minutes, 30 minutes faster at this point. Is glitched.
Not that much faster.
Well, I know it's sub
It's like 10 minutes.
Oh, it's 10 minutes? Okay.
10 minutes? Okay. That sounds more reasonable.
That does, yeah. I said 30. I said 30. I was like, no, that's alright.
Well, it's actually 13.
Oh, 13. Okay.
That's more than I thought.
That does do one of the glitches that we used to do on the Switch version. It doesn't do that one because, like I said, this one serves literally zero purpose anymore. But there's one in the 4th area that lets you sequence break a ton of really powerful items and, like, essences and such. And it does that in order to get access to those and to skip a few mini-bosses. But we do not do that in this route because this route is glitchless. So there we find Dazai. He's like, hey, I want to help these people. And we're like, no, screw you. And we leave. Because we're good people.
Yeah, supposedly some students have been kidnapped by some demons who intend to have a cookout and cook them and eat them. And we decide to just ignore that because it's a waste of time.
Yo. Also, we find out that Yoko really hates cars.
No, if you actually do the quest, you fail to save them.
Yeah, the student dies, like, right before you can save them. It's meant to be an introduction to navigator quests. There's a series of quests in this game where you play as one of your demons, and, like, go around and interact with other demons and such. That one is the introduction to them. You play as Abanazako for a bit. We will be doing one of those later. As we mentioned, there is one side quest we'll be doing that's very, very... that's a little out of the way, but the reward for it is kind of worth its weight in gold.
Yeah. It's another example of random cutscenes. This game has a lot of points where it just stops the gameplay so that the characters can talk. People complained too much about there not being enough character development in vanilla, so they added a bunch, and it slows things down.
Yeah. A number of these dialogues existed in vanilla, but because the vanilla run was glitched, we didn't really see them anyway.
And they were shorter, too.
And they were shorter,
They were
yeah.
all shorter.
So here Yuzuru overdid it. His sister got kidnapped by the demons, and so he kind of went ballistic, and he got his demon hurt. So we bring a bunch of some life stones chains and a chakra drop to help heal Hayataro. And the reward for this is we get 5 force gems. We haven't talked about it, but we've been using them throughout the game. We have these attack items, and gems are single target heavy damage of that element. And so we just got 5 basically casts of Xandine, which is a skill we wouldn't have access to otherwise for a while. And coincidentally, the boss that we're about to fight, like right now, is weak to force. So it's a very useful thing, and it's right on the way. We have to grab those. Those items we grabbed are all on the way anyway, so.
Quest even gives you some experience to boot, so it's super worth doing.
Look, Yuzuru may be an honor student, but he demonstrates well the difference between intelligence and wisdom, using a lifestone chain on a solo demon. All right.
Maybe he needs them for himself.
Yeah.
So now we're going to fuse the party that we need for the next boss. At this point, we just barely have somewhat limited access to our first random target magic skill, which means we can now use something other than physical damage with Pandemonic Feast. Feng Huang here starts with Wind Breath. So we're going to fuse Feng Huang, where they're going to then fuse him into a Fortuna and pass that Wind Breath over. Then we're going to fuse Feng Huang again, so that way we have 2 Wind Breath users. And then we are going to use them for... Thankfully, like we said, the next boss is weak to Force. So now we have quite a bit stronger Force damage. Because 5 Force Gems is not enough to kill the boss. They will help, but we need something more than that.
We're also going to bank our Demon Haunt stats just for a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah.
The damage on this fight is pretty tight, so we need every little bit of extra damage we can get.
Yeah, so physical dampeners, like we said, dampeners block a particular damage type for 1 turn. Most of them you can just buy in the shop for pretty cheap, but physical dampeners are the exception. You can pick up 2 of them right outside this boss fight, but otherwise you can't get any others. So the next boss deals heavy physical damage. So we're going to use these 2 physical dampeners on the first 2 turns. So we basically get 3 turns where we're not taking damage. Then we can only really survive 1 turn of her attacks before we just get overwhelmed and die. So we basically have 4 turns to win this fight. So we need to have enough damage in order to do that. So we'll start with a turn of setup to get our Rakundas down, as well as get MC charged. And then we'll let loose with our crit turn and Pandemonic Feast, and hope that we get good damage rolls. Whether or not MC's charged hit gets a big rolls is
Nice.
a huge factor in this fight. Yeah, okay, those were good rolls, so we should be okay.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
already in the red. Yeah, this should be no problem. So we'll dump the rest of Fortuna and Feng Huang's MP, and then we'll switch in Tao and Yoko, and Tao and Yoko can be the one to chuck those Force Gems we got from Yuzuru.
Yeah, they have much better magic than MC does.
Yeah. And MC can also do pretty good damage with his Scratch Dance anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to guard on this turn because she can just, like, own MC really bad here.
If you're ahead on damage, you should guard here. She has a pretty high crit rate, so if that attack she does crits, it can be very bad. But if all 4 of your team members survive and up to this point, yeah, okay, you had plenty of extra damage there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aisha doesn't have that much HP, but her unique ability restores MP on hit, but since we use a fist dampener, she never gets any benefit from that either.
Yeah. If we failed to kill her that turn, then she would use her unique skill again and heal a bunch and probably kill someone too.
Yeah, Voracious Salvation, her unique is, I believe, one of, if not one of the strongest abilities in the game when it hits someone that's inflicted with an ailment.
Yeah.
So she would
right.
just absolutely destroy whoever she hits and, like, regain that much HP. But we fight Aishithov, she runs away, and now we are still trying to find Miyazu. So we'll be kind of making our way over towards wherever she might be. Seems Discord's wanting to act up again, I guess.
Hope we just dropped out and back in. Hopefully it's okay.
Okay.
Surprised we're having this many issues.
Very useful essence there. That's Takumi Nakata's essence. It has the ability Shockbound on it, which is basically the electric equivalent of Wind Breath. We are, before the next fight we do, going to pivot MC to a magic build. And Shockbound's going to be our main source of damage on MC for basically the rest of the game. Though he's doing damage at least.
Yeah, actually, I never thought about it that way, but yeah, it is.
There we picked up a
Use it
stamina
all the way up to
incense.
Abdiel.
Yeah. There we get stamina incense, gives 10 MP to a demon. There we pick up a Force Sutra. We haven't talked about affinities all that much in this game at this point, but basically every demon has a different amount of affinity with every attribute, element, physical, support, healing, etc. And Sutras increase the affinity of a demon that already has affinity with an element. Improves that affinity by 1.
Yeah. Sutras are pretty rare. We don't make huge use of them in this run, but that Force Sutra is right on the way, and we do have a demon who benefits quite a bit from having it later. And we will also use Battle Sutras, which are physical, and we also have a demon later that benefits a lot from Battle Sutras, but otherwise we don't use them.
Yeah, I believe each stack of proficiency either decreases the MP cost of something by 10% or gives you, like, almost 10% extra damage per stack.
Yeah, it's a fairly reasonable bonus. But most Sutras are very far out of the way in this game.
Alright, so here Amanazako is like, this area, I'm not really a fan of this area. Something's kind of up. I'm gonna leave. Bye. And that's, in CoV, that's basically the last time we ever see her. She shows up for like 5 seconds later, but,
yeah. Amanazako is a very important character in Canon of Creation, which is... he's just not very present in Canon of Vengeance, though.
This'll do.
couple more Mitamas on the way for a little bit of extra EXP and money. We also fought a Kushi Mitama for the Gospel drop.
Mothman.
Yeah, Mothman! Here we're going to do some hardcore parkour to get this Sheeran Up essence.
Yeah, I'm undecided on whether you're intended to be able to climb that tower like that or not, because the much more obvious way to get onto that tower is to jump down from the cliff above.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, it's set up just perfectly enough that it feels like it could be intended, but also is, like, just janky enough that it seems like it's not.
Yeah.
Mothman. Alright, now we're going to be doing a big menu because we're going to be doing some build pivoting. So here we respec all of our attribute points into magic. And then we have to kind of change our build around to take advantage of that. Spyglasses, buy all of the dampeners. And doing some fusions. First, we're going to register Mermaid, because we're going to fuse her away. Whoops. We're going to fuse her away, but she's also, like, really useful because Pandemonic Feast, so we're going to want to buy her back. Poltergeist.
Yeah, registering demons just overrides the existing version of the demon with the stats that it currently has. So that way Mermaid can be on a higher level. Don't have to start at the base level again. Also gets to keep the existing skills that she had.
They refused Inugami. Inugami has an incredible innate skill that we won't be seeing for a little bit. We'll see it later, but not right now. But we're mostly using him as an ingredient to make Jack Frost. Jack Frost has Ice Breath, which is pretty good, and also has his unique skill, Jack Bufu, is a medium ice skill that also has Racunda attached to it, which is kind of cool.
Also has Drain Ice, which is very early affinity to get. Usually you don't unlock Drain skills that early, but Jack Frost is kind of the exception to that, where you get Drain Ice already at level 25, and we'll need that for the final boss of this area in a little bit.
He is also very cute. That is an important point. All right, now it's time for my personal least favorite fight in this entire run.
That's pretty surprising. I wouldn't think Fion is that bad, but
he trolls me so frequently.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
Fion is one of the older bosses from Vanilla, where he gathers Makatsui at certain HP thresholds, namely at 66 and 33%. So our goal here is to just blast him with as much damage as we can. We're going to start off with the Pandemonic Feast and get those electric hits rolling, abuse his weakness, and try to get him to gather Makatsui as quickly as possible. If you just have enough damage, you can pretty much stun lock his AI into doing the same thing over and over again. So now that he's charging Makatsui, we know that he's going to attack with a fire next turn, so we can throw out the fire dampener and just keep going with the damage. Then after this,
great to you because he actually does a huge amount of damage with his just his normal attacks. He's very strong physical damage.
We have one backup fist dampener for this if things get out of hand, but ideally we don't have to use it. Alright, so far so good. Now with just another fire dampener and he should be dead on the second turn after we use another Pandemonic Feast.
There we go.
Easy.
Yeah, he has a weird habit of just trolling me a lot when I do runs of this for some reason, but that time he behaved. Also, fun thing about that fight, quote fun, is the fact that for some reason his fight takes like twice to 3 times as long to load as every other fight in the game. Which is just long enough to always make you nervous.
Yeah, he's pretty challenging in Vanilla when outputting as much damage as we did is actually it's not possible to do in Vanilla, so you were never able to really lock his AI effectively. And his unique Mac and Lewin and Pierce armor, they hit like a truck at this point in the game. So the fight was much more dangerous.
Vanilla strats for both that fight and Lugaru before it, who's very similar to Izeth in structure, were very different. They involve taunting with resist physical.
I thought he just turned around, huh? Yeah, I always ran the normal category in vanilla, which always skipped him, and he was always the fight that I was most glad that got skipped by the glitch. Ah, nice. The poltergeists, like 3 of them are phased into the floor. Really cool. Thank you, game.
Shark poltergeists.
Lore accurate poltergeist. But yeah, all of the bosses that were in vanilla and that are now present in Vengeance have basically been nerfed to oblivion because of the way their AI works and how easily you can abuse it now.
Multiple.
Some of the new bosses you can't abuse their AI that badly, even though they're pretty scripted overall. A lot of the bosses in this game like to do the same things every time on specific turns, or you can manipulate them in a way with your party composition that they do the same things over and over again.
Saving there because that dodge can be really obnoxious depending on where the where those Loas spawn in. So now we get a really fun slide that unfortunately Atlas ruined for speedrunners. So in vanilla, this was just a fun little slide thing you could do, and then you could like do the jump and be like, "Wee, this is so much fun!" But then in Vengeance, Atlas decided to add in a little like Easter egg if you happen to collect all the orbs and do the jump, where a cutscene plays where a Pakor spawns in and is like, "Wow, you're so cool," and gives you an item. So now we can't do that in the speedrun anymore, and it makes me sad.
Yeah, because it's a waste of time.
So here, this is the cutscene that's the reason why the why the skip doesn't work anymore. This dialogue here with Yuzuru is required to spawn the Golden Apples quest, which we'll be doing here. So here we find that the fairies have rescued most of the students who were captured by the Kadishtu. Still don't know where Miyazu is, though, but a lot of the students are very injured because Aishith was going around asking the students what their least favorite part of themselves were, and then ate whatever that part was. And so there's a lot of very injured students, and they need some magical remedies in order to help the students, and so we agreed to go help obtain those apples that will be used for that. Here we pick up an Ice Sutra that will be useful later. Over here there's some fire gems that isn't required to be picked up at all, but I like them because they can come up and be useful.
Yeah, so this fairy forest area is pretty big, and the game kind of tries to encourage you to explore and look around and find all the stuff. We're not going to do very much of that. We will do one side quest here, though.
There's a huge different area if you follow the river all the way to the end, but we're not even gonna go there.
Yidun is a fan favorite demon who has never been useful in any speedrun.
Yeah, unfortunately you have to do like a big quest to, a rather obnoxious quest to unlock her for fusion, and her level is just a little too high for her to be super useful in the speedrun. But here we find this pixie, Detective Pixie to be precise, who accuses us of stealing her apple. And we agree to help her find the apple because we have no idea what she's talking about. And now we have the Detective Pixie on the case. There's a bunch of demons here that we talk to. We're told some tidbits about them, like these Agathians always lie. Her pixie friends will probably always tell the truth. The unicorn is reliable, and one of the jacks is a liar, one of the jacks tells the truth. So, with that information, we interrogate all of the suspects, all the witnesses, and we deduce that good old Pyro Jack is our thief. Spoilers.
So, what you get from this quest, first of all, you get 100 glory, which isn't too bad, but wouldn't be worth doing the quest on its own for that. The big thing you get is the Magatsuhi skill Strategize. What Strategize does is kind of interesting. We're also
Dive!
So what Strategize does is it makes passing and switching demons in and out free actions. So normally, passing your turn to another demon, passing a turn would not consume the turn, but instead make it flash. But with Strategize active, it doesn't even do that. It does, like, you could pass your turns just around and around and around infinitely. And also, switching demons in and out can be done infinitely. Normally, that would cost you half a turn to do that. That doesn't sound all that great. It's like, yeah, okay, you can feed a ton of actions to one person on one turn, which is like, I mean, that's okay. That can be useful. And on its own, its usefulness is a bit limited. But combined with a particular innate skill that we will get much later in the game, it becomes utterly broken.
Also, if you're curious, the demon's name in the game is Jack-o'-lantern, but we always call him Pyrojack. It's because Jack-o'-lantern is his government name, but his friends call him Pyrojack, and we're friends with him, so... if you hear us referring to Pyrojack, that's why.
He was called Pyrojack in Nocturne, right? Was he always called it... Is that what he was called before that as well?
He was Pyrojack until Persona 5.
Okay.
Was when they changed it. So here, there's 3 apples we have to pick up. We just picked up 2 of them. The third one's over here. There's a couple goodies over by it as well that are pretty nice. And then that will then put us at the boss for the area. Like we said before, Area 2 is very short. Compared to every other area, which is about an hour 20. This area is like 45, 50 minutes.
Yeah, there's quite a lot to do if you do the side quest stuff that is available and do a lot of the collecting stuff that is available, but the main story in this area is quite streamlined. In COC, one of the hardest fights was at the end of the area 2, which made it a bit more tedious in the speedrun, but funnily enough now, the area 2 boss is like the easiest fight in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went from the hardest fight in COC to the easiest in COV.
Heck, it's still the hardest fight in COC. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is. If you've played this game casually, it might not be clear to you why the fight at the end of this area is easy, because you probably, unless you figured out the cheese strat that we know, you probably didn't think it was very easy. But yeah, this fight has a way to cheese it that we will show off.
But we find out that Miyazu is being held captive by the Kadishtu, and that Yuzuru needs our help because he can't fight them alone. So we agree to go try to bail him out. Which is surely what's going on.
We're gonna pick up a magic mirror on the way there, because that's important for the strat.
Yeah, I'm gonna do what John does here and tag this fount first. I've gotten hit by a Lolem before when trying to go for this, and so I just like to be able to warp back immediately. Alright.
So, the crux of this boss fight is what he does is, so he goes first, He basically throws a bunch of attacks at you, and then his companion will use a skill called Witness Me, which is when they use it, it's a skill that makes it impossible to target the main boss. So basically, you're forced to kill Hayataro here, and you can't attack Yuzuru at all. The crux, the idea behind the cheese strat is we want to prevent Hayataro from ever using Witness Me. So we know that Yuzuru always opens with an ice shard, and because Jack Frost drains ice, that kills his whole turn. So Hayataro never got to use Witness Me, so we're able to just attack Yuzuru directly. We're then going to put a magic mirror on Yoko, because we know he's going to use a light shard next, which will hit that reflect shield, and again kill his turn. So again, Hayataro did not get to cast Witness Me, so we still get to attack Yuzuru. And then on the third turn, he will always use an ice shard, and again hit Jack Frost's drain shield. So Hayataro just never gets to use Witness Me, and you get to bypass the entire main mechanic of the boss fight.
Sadly, our bird
doesn't
dies.
have that much health. Because you're not supposed to be able to hit him easily.
Yeah, you can two-turn this fight if you want to use your crit as well, but we want to keep our crit for doing a abscess after this.
Yeah,
we don't want to use this fight because it's not
Magasui bar for the main boss fight. It's just that easy.
So here we find out that while we were gone, someone attacked the fairy village and turned all of the fairies and all of the students into salt. And we're like, huh,
great.
That's not cool. So we decide to go back and report what happened. And the next bit we're going to do is that we're going to be tasked with investigating this strange salting incident. Because not only did it happen in the fairy forest, it's also been happening in Tokyo over the last period of time that we were gone. It's implied we were actually gone for quite a while. Passage of time in this game is very strange, but
yeah, because it feels like it's only been like a day at most.
Yeah, but they're like, oh, it's this big problem, and you're like, since when?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, yeah, because the first area, which, you know, feels longer than the second area, it takes place during, like, a singular day, not even a full day.
Also,
like
everyone say hi to Amabi.
And then, yeah, the
Hi,
passage of
Amabi.
time is not really clear.
So, to investigate the salt incidents, we basically just have to go around and talk to a bunch of people. Another kind of intermission section.
Yeah, we find that there's been this fortune teller named Agra, who people have been meeting with because she seems to be able to tell very accurate fortunes. But she seems to be followed around by a giant black crow, and all the people that are meeting with Agra shortly afterwards have been being turned into salt. So we decide that we want to maybe investigate what's going on with the giant crow, because that sounds fairly ominous. And me just forgetting where I'm going. But we report all this information back to the Prime Minister, and he'll be like, oh, well, good job, and he'll basically send us home to rest, and then will let us know when he has more information. Which will transition us into the third area.
Yeah. The third area is the longest area.
By a large margin. It's like 2 areas.
Yeah.
It's like... This area is unique to Vengeance. In Canon of Creation, you would go to Chiyoda at this point. Which is about the same size as the other areas in CoV. But in Vengeance, because they recognized they were no longer working with the horrifically underpowered Switch hardware, they decided to make an area that's like 2 or 3 areas combined and super cool and pretty and awesome, but also really, really long.
Yeah.
So that's where we'll be going. Oops. If I can actually get into my room.
Young man.
So here we have Yoko and Tao leave our party very briefly so that the game can discreetly level them up and upgrade all of their skills. All
pretty
of
nice.
Yeah, all of Yoko's tier 2 abilities are now going to be upgraded to Dines, which is the tier 3 damage. And Tao is going to get her Mahama upgrade to Mahama on, and like some of her healing abilities leveled up as well.
Yeah. We actually delay doing 2 abscesses in Area 2 until this point, just so we can get the upgraded Yoko and Tao to help us.
Puppy. So we find out that the crow has been sighted in a secret kind of off-limits section of Da'at that's over in Shinjuku. So we are sent, because there is currently a gigantic battle going on between the forces of Bethel and Chaos over in Chiyoda. We're sent to, and that we were instructed not to partake in said battle. We are instead going to take the opportunity to sneak into this restricted sector and try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and as soon as we go in here, we're immediately going to leave, because, like I said, we have a few more things to do in Area 2 before we start Area 3.
Oops. Meow.
First, we need to do this Baphomet Abscess. I believe this one has Art of Essence, I think, yeah.
Yes.
Art of Essence
Yeah.
2. Which allows you to grab the higher level skills off of Essences. At the start of the game, you don't have access to everything on an Essence. You need to get these miracles.
And this is also the
You'll
first
also
use of
get to see,
Strategize.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
So, since Tao has Mahama Own and these guys are weak to light, we're going to feed as many turns as we can to Tao. She doesn't have enough MP to use 8 casts of Mahama Own, so she can only do 6. So we do 6, and then we can just finish them off with some light shards.
Yeah, so you can see how strong Strategize is when you just use your strongest attacker to get more turns, but that's also not the final form of Strategize or the reason why we get it in the first place.
Yeah, what you
It's
saw there
useful,
is the
but,
intended use of Strategize.
Yeah, it's pretty strong even with this kind of use where you just don't have much setup and just use it for more damage. But it gets even stronger once you combine it with the demons who have specific innate skills.
Yeah. Some of these dodges are a little obnoxious because of these demon placements, especially because Sheeran up there, the little fox demon, his attack is actually a projectile, so he can kind of snipe you if you're not moving correctly. But another glory crystal, another couple useful essences and such, and then we're gonna go fight this basilisk that has our second skill slot upgrade.
Yeah, another thing you get from miracles is skill slots, which are fairly important. As you get into the later game, there ends up being a lot of skills you want to stack on either MC or demons.
Well, that was rude.
Yeah, this fight can actually kill you if you get unlucky, but yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, the annoying thing that can happen there is he can poison a bunch of your party members, and then you're taking poison ticks which both slows down the fight a lot and can risk you dying.
Yeah.
So you have the ability to actually buy essences in this game. There's like a list of them that you can buy, and they get updated every couple of major plot events.
One
So
of them is Bicorn's essence, which has Beast Eye on it, which we can now access because we have Art of Essences too.
Thanks. Say thanks.
Frost should have been renamed Cryojack. That's funny. And now we will be
Is this?
fusing a demon with Troffery, which is going to be very useful. Now we can escape fights if we get caught, which is pretty helpful. More specifically, we're going to put Troffery on this demon here.
You wish.
Also, Summoner's Hospitality gives you a discount buying things from the Compendium, which is really nice.
You wish.
Kikuri really only exists as a fusion material for a different demon we'll need later. She just starts with Zanma, which is mildly useful for some forced fights that we're going to do now.
Shuffling around our skills a little bit, we're going to be fighting a lot of things weak to light here for a while.
Weak to dark.
Or weak to
But
dark,
yeah.
excuse me. Light affinity demons weak to dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Baphomet essence we picked up earlier is very useful for that since it has higher tier dark skills and also Dark Pleroma, which is a passive skill that increases the damage of that specific affinity by, I believe it's 20%.
I think it's 20% in this game, yeah.
Yeah, it goes back and forth between like 20 and 25%, and some it's 15 even. Like,
Yeah, it's
Atlas
all
never can
way.
make up their mind how much the Pleromas, or Boost as it's called in other games, deal. So here, as soon as we take our first steps into Shinjuku, we are attacked by a power. Apparently this area is like top secret and guarded by Bethel. So they attack us on sight even though we are still part of Bethel.
Dark and light skills in this game have a chance to instant kill things that are weak to them. So these powers are all weak to dark, so every hit that we do on them has a chance to just kill them immediately. Which we try to not rely on that and just make sure we can kill them with damage, but it is nice if it happens.
Yeah, the other route of this game uses a Loa, I believe, that also increases the chance of instant kill activations.
Yeah.
And uses that to fish for those instant kills instead.
Which works really well, but Loa is kind of a pain to fuse, and in this route we don't have that much use for him, so we decided to just optimize damage instead.
Yeah, it's optimizing damage it works well unless you miss, then then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Which doesn't happen that often, but it can happen.
Yeah, we're at the point now that we have Art of Essences too, that we can, and have been fusing around things for a while, that any demon that's going to be doing a significant amount of attacking will have Beast Eye on them. So missing
Beast
should
Eye-
happen a lot less frequently.
Yeah, Beast Eye basically just offsets the accuracy penalty that comes with hard mode. It's about
I think
the
it's
same.
a bit more than that, because I think hard mode is... I think hard mode's only like
10%
5%
combined.
attacks, and then
I think
Beast
it's
Eye is
5%.
Like 10%.
I think it's 5% evasion and 5% accuracy penalty, so 10 in total, and Beast Eye is 15. So yeah, I believe it's like slightly more, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
I'm pretty sure it's slightly more.
Something like that, yeah. Here's one of the
But,
more obnoxious fights in the run for no good reason.
Yeah, this is the only fight where it really does matter if you get instant kills in this fight, because you kind of just YOLO charge into them and hope they don't kill you.
Oh, looks like I might be dying.
Yeah, even
Yep.
these weaker forced encounters can hit really hard when if they feel like it, if you don't get enough damage on them.
Yeah, you really only need to insta-kill one of them, and then it's usually fine, because they are very favored to heal themselves if they have taken a decent bit of damage. So you only need to insta-kill one, and then you'll probably have enough damage on the other that you're safe, but if you don't insta-kill any of them, then that can happen. So we try again, and that time we're fine.
There you go.
Yeah, there are safety strats you could do for this if you wanted to, but it really doesn't feel necessary when you can just kill them unless if the game behaves, but...
It's so fast to retry this fight that it doesn't feel worth trying to make it more consistent.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to my girl Dormarth. I won't let you pass. Is some of my favorite dialogue in the game. It's very cute.
Gonna take a small detour along this hillside here because we'll get a Battle Sutra from here. And Battle Sutras increase the physical affinity of a demon, which is very relevant to the late game. It's worth going out of the way for.
It's a shame that Belphegor Essence isn't used for anything, because Belphegor's Essence is actually pretty good, but and we run literally right by it.
That's not lost on me. I really spent a lot of time trying to find a use for that, because I'm like, what the... This essence has such good affinities, and there's just nowhere to use it.
Yeah, there's a couple essences like that in the game that you would really like to be able to use if possible, but then you just can't effectively. Another one is Parvati Essence in the Fairy Forest area, which we usually run past.
Yeah,
But
casually
that's
Belphegor is one of those
useful.
essences that you could like get it and run it as MC's affinities for like almost the rest of the game and be fine.
Oh yeah, you can definitely run it into Area 4.
But yeah, unfortunately for the speedrun, it's not super worth it. Also, shoutouts to Mara, who we just ran past. There's some safety attack mirrors. Usually we don't need them, but if something specific happens during a fight at the end of this area, it can be kind of nice to have them.
Yeah, in this game, attack mirrors and tetracarns only work on one character at a time instead of the old Megami Tensei formula where they would be full party. So they're a bit less useful in this game, but if you pair it with Taunt, they're still very effective.
Yeah, I like being able to tetracarn a third-party member versus Quadish too if I don't have to use an Emery to shower.
Yeah, that's a pretty reasonable thing to do.
That way it's like a 75% that you get to win the fight and not a 50.
It should be more.
Well, it should be more, yeah.
It's a bit more than that, yeah.
Alright, now we go back to killing some Matamas. The Matamas, partner spot Matamas in Area 3 are very weird in that there aren't any, like, fixed... Whoops, I forgot I don't have a light user in my party. We're good. In that there aren't any partner spot Mitamas that are, like, fixed Mitamas. Instead, partner spot Mitamas just spawn a random Mitama. So... we will be fighting one or two, but unfortunately we can't, like, force some Kushi Mitamas or anything. But there are a couple of Mitamas along the way that we'll be fighting for some grimoires and such.
The benefit of that is that if you get good RNG, you might get a spawn with multiple Mitamas in this area, which is quite nice, because that allows you to skip another one later if you happen to kill more than one in one partner spot.
I hate this
But
spot.
that's-
Okay, there we go.
But that's not a guarantee.
Alright, what do we get? We get one
Also,
aura.
they
Okay,
can
that's fine.
spawn also Kushi Mitamas, which is very very lucky if it happens, because that means you get an extra cost spell, which helps with the late game.
Yeah, essentially once we get to Area 4, we're going to be doing a short grind. We want to hit level 62 by the time... Oh my goodness. We want to hit level 62 by the time we've finished grinding and used all of our Gospels. And so the more Gospels we get, the more flexibility we have with the grind. That area is really obnoxious because those Valkyries have, like, super unpredictable movement.
Yeah, there's a few overworld enemies that are very, very annoying, with very erratic patterns. At least they fixed most of the hitboxes. They were pretty bad for some enemies in vanilla.
Yeah, there's a couple that are still pretty questionable, but at least they are better than they were in
Yeah.
vanilla.
Yeah, there's a couple. Mostly just flying enemies, though. Usually all the ground enemies have decent hitboxes now.
Yeah. So notice I'm like not touching any fonts because we want to just be able to warp back to the first one. But there we find out from Nua and Yakumo, who are also kind of investigating this area, that the angels in Bethel may not be as pure as they seem. Also, if we want to like continue through the area, because it was the area, the place we want to go is being blocked off by some super powerful angels, some cherubim. And if we want to get past them, the only way we can really do that is if we cause enough of a diversion that the cherubim have to be called in to address the problem. Here we talk to this yearlinger here, this friendly little worm boy, and he gives us the snake talisman, which gives us the ability Omagatoki Dance, which is another really powerful Magatsuhi ability that we'll be using a couple times this run.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what Omagatoki Dance does is it makes it so that all of your multi-target hits will always get the max roll, and you can pair it with Pandemonic Feast to increase the max hits you can get, and then Dance to guarantee it. So it works really well for a lot of fights that we're gonna do.
Yeah, that's actually much more. It's actually much more powerful than you kind of just described, because normally against a in single target situations, normally against a single target, your attacks are hard limited in the amount they can hit. If you use Dance, not only do you hit the maximum, but you hit the maximum that you would be able to hit in a multi-target situation. So it's actually a lot more damage.
Oh, I really need to land an insta-kill here, or just hopefully kill. Okay, that was really close. So for this fight, we're using Strategize, and we're just trying to kill these, like, several waves of powers in one go. Which works really great, especially because you can get up 2 Sukukages, except for when you miss with 2 Sukukages and Beast Eye. And then you're really sad.
Yeah, missing this fight is fairly rare. It's not gonna happen.
And there we go. One notable thing about follow-up encounters is that every follow-up you get increases your EXP and money multiplier by a decent amount. And so because of that, we just got like 4 levels there.
Yeah, this game also introduced the skill Riberama and Attract Pipe item that you can use to make it more likely that encounters spawn on regular fights if you want to farm EXP, which we'll do later. So you can stack up the multiplier pretty high if you...
Robots ever turn. To finish John's thought, yeah, with Riberama you have a higher chance of getting follow-ups, so combining Riberama with an area that has a lot of enemies in it, you can get a very high EXP multiplier. Which is going to be what we'll do later to get the, in order to do our grind.
I see.
Hopefully we don't have robotic voices anymore.
Really unfortunate that the robot uprising is happening as we're trying to do the speedrun.
Apparently there were some issues with game audio as well, but hopefully they're fixed too.
Oh. Cool. This Skynet hates RPGs. Dang it, Skynet. Okay, then that's something on the restream end, because game audio is fine on my end, but...
It's fine now. Unfortunately, I'm in the tech booth now,
Oh,
and I don't know what I'm doing.
we're all doomed. Just kidding. Shouts to all of our, all the restreamers and, volunteers and staff for this event. Y'all are doing awesome. We're just doing some more traveling. This area has some is laid out very interestingly in that actually from this point on you can access almost the entirety of the rest of the area. Of course, the specific plot flags and stuff aren't in place to let you actually fight the boss of the area and stuff. Using TeamSpeak next event. Yeah, I'm sure that'll go great. But you can still go and tag all the leyline founts, grab all the items and stuff for every area except for, again, like the last, like, little bit of the area. So here we find out it's the angels that have been turning people into stone, reason being the Kadishtu are harvesting Magatsui from humans in order to utilize some powerful weapon or something that's being housed at the kind of by the Shinjuku government plaza, which is sort of what we're making our way towards. But now we find out, yeah, the angels are actually doing some kind of nefarious things. So no wonder Yakumo and Nua seem to hate the angels so much, because they're not good either. But our primary objective here is still to stop the Kadishtu. Also, shoutouts to Shinjuku Medical Center, the first dungeon from Nocturne. And Orthrus, who is the absolute worst. He's a good boy, but my goodness, is my dog. Is he just the worst enemy in the game to dodge? He has the same issue that Valkyrie has, where he has very unpredictable movement paths, and he has a rather large model. Except, like, even worse than Valkyrie. And he tends to be in a lot more confined spaces than Valkyrie was.
And the noises he makes are very obnoxious.
Right. Yeah. So we're going to take advantage of the fact that we have basically the entirety of the area open to us. Also, hi, I'm Anazako. This is the last time we'll see her. She'll show up for like 5 seconds and then peace out. We're going to tag all the relevant leyline founts. We're going to... grab a bunch of useful items, and then we're going to dip out so we can progress the plot. And then we'll be sent back here again in a little bit to do basically the same thing. That's kind of the gimmick for this area, is that in order to break up how massive the area is, the devs decided to just have you bounce back and forth between here and Tokyo, completing different tasks, until they decide you're ready to go fight the boss. There's 2 strength incenses in that partner spot, which is really useful. We also got 3 magic incenses that will come to use in a little bit as well. Here is a punishing foe. We haven't seen them in a while. This is Gur. He's actually pretty easy to dodge because he's so high above you. You can usually just dodge like almost directly under him. Sometimes he'll catch you, but usually you're fine. This is the only Kushimitama in the entirety of Shinjuku, which is a little unfortunate, but
at least there's one.
Yeah. Ice is a little annoying, but it's fine. Oh, nice, I got a second one there.
Oh, that's good.
With Kushimitama's, well, with any Mitama in general, they have somewhat variable drops. Kushimitama specifically, you can get 1 gospel, 2 gospels, or 3 gospels. And the likelihood of each of those drops changes depending on which area you're in. When you're in Area 1, I think it... Oh, I got a Nigi Mitama, that's unfortunate. When you're in Area 1, you're basically never going to get a second drop. I don't even know if it's possible. Once you get to...
I do not think it's possible, no.
Yeah. Once you hit Area 2, you can start getting, like, 2, and then I think there's a very rare chance of 3. Once you hit Area 3, you're fairly likely to get 2. And then once you get to Area 3, you are more... Or Area 4, you are more likely to get 2 or 3 than you are to get 1. Of course, you could just still roll 1s on all of them. But every extra gospel we get's nice because that's one less level that we would have to grind for. Alright, I got kind of spooked by the, Oh, my game, like, lagged at a very awkward time there. Yeah, that dodge is easier. There's 2 ways you can go through that area. You can either deal with Orthrus or you can deal with some spawn-in Macabres. I go back and forth on which one I like to do more. The Macabres were kind of trolling me the other day, so I decided to go with Orthrus. There, we did some definitely unintentional parkour there to get that Glory Crystal and get up here a little early.
Yeah, so we'll kill one more Mitama, which is what we need to hit level 38, which allows us to fuse Succubus for the next section, which is kind of what we wanted. So collecting and EXP lets us basically... Succubus is very useful for the next set of fights that we have to do in Tokyo once we go there.
Oh. Well, that might be fine. I'm... Okay. Sure. Whatever.
Not even...
I am a little worried about my money, though, because I didn't get any Saki Mitamas from the random spots, but...
You'll probably be fine.
I'm gonna sell that bead just in case. And this muscle drink. Alright, already capped my dampeners. Buy Zatinsha Essence, another Bicorn Essence. And Nazuchi Essence. I think I'm gonna be too poor to to rebuy Mushu, but that's fine, I can hard fuse her again. I should
Yeah,
save.
you're pretty much never gonna have enough money unless you get a Saki Mitama in this area for money. Otherwise, you're gonna be too broke. But that's only after in the next set of fusions.
You would. You would.
Fuse Thoth.
Is this?
Dancing Monkey. Ah. 3, there we go.
This is Voiver. This is, so we need a snake in order to actually use dance, because it's the snake talisman. Voiver is the easiest snake to fuse.
Is this diamond?
I didn't actually make Lilum.
Yeah, and we'll fuse Lilum here and then upfuse her into Succubus.
Is this diamond?
Succubus is both a good demon, good ice-using demon, which is next boss is weak to ice. But kind of more importantly, she eventually learns Dona Magisi, which is a skill that we will need for some of our later strategies. It's a similar skill to Concentrate in that it makes your next magic attack do more damage. But normally Concentrate, you can only use it on yourself, whereas Dona Magisi, you can use it on other demons. But to compensate, it's weaker. So you can kind of think of it as giving a weaker Concentrate to a different demon. So it's a good thing to have your supports do when they don't have any buffs to use.
Uh-huh.
Also give her Materu Kaja, which is a multi-target attack buff. We don't get a huge amount of use out of that, but it's good for the next couple of fights.
Also, it's finally at this point that we actually remove Rooted Soul. We've had it on for like over half the game now, and we're just now at the point where it's like the extra 30 HP and MP isn't quite as much of a must-have.
Yeah, we need the skill slots now are more important.
So here we find out that Miyazu has been captured again, except this time she's been captured by the leader of Bethel, Egypt, Khonsu, who you could have done like a whole series of side quests to find out that for some reason Khonsu has basically kind of been stalking her, but she's also been like dreaming about him. And then during the events of like the Yuzuru fight and stuff with Aishith, Khonsu showed up and like rescued Miyazu. So there seems to be something going on with Khonsu and Miyazu, but we're not entirely sure. But we know that he is a demon that's supposed to be on our side, but we're not particularly happy about him kidnapping people. So we're gonna kind of track down Bethel, Egypt, and try to figure out what the heck's going on with that.
Bethel, Egypt area is back in Minato Area 1. It's in a side area that you can't reach from the main map. In Canon of Creation, it's an entirely optional area, but here they added it in. And they let you teleport right to what is actually the end of the area, and they don't let you go back and explore most of the area.
Yeah, the area has a lot of really, really powerful stuff that would be very silly to get this early, but...
Yeah, because it's intended to be... Normally it's a side quest area that you would access in Area 4, so there's some very high-level essences and stuff, so they obviously don't want you to have access to that right now.
Okay, party...
This small section also gives you Dazai and Yuzuru, so we actually have 4 separate guest characters.
Oh yeah, also Seth is over there, and he's kind of a problem.
Yeah, that's true. A boss that would absolutely destroy you at this point. Although you can just walk around Seth.
Before we meet with Khonsu, we have to take care of this forced encounter.
Start. It's actually a really bad start.
Yeah, it's not great.
This fight is a bit tedious. The enemies can hit decently hard. We're just gonna use Dazai to throw out dampeners and try to do enough damage.
I'm tempted to just let them kill me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you might want to just reset that.
Yeah. That was
You're gonna lose a lot of damage without having attack buffs.
I don't think I've ever died there before with, like, in that way. I've gotten Zeo'd before because I missed the line about using elect dampeners on charge, but I don't think I've ever died in that specific...
Yeah, I don't think that's ever happened to me either. It's pretty rare that you miss in this fight. They don't have that... They're not that dodgy.
Yeah.
And then to have them kill Succubus is very unlucky. Dazai is not that great, but he does start with Cautious Cheer, which is both multi-target defense and multi-target agility buff.
There we go.
Which makes you very safe if you're actually able to use it.
That's a lot better start.
Yeah.
I guess we didn't talk too much about buffs. Buffs stack up to 2 times in this game, and they fall off after 3 turns. You can maintain them by just recasting them when they're about to fall off.
Your turn. Go.
There we go.
these enemies have a deceptively large amount of health.
Guess that's life. Lamia has one of the best death sounds in the game. She's very nonchalant about it.
Okay, so the next boss fight, we're gonna get to see Dance for the first time.
Yeah, Ponsu is one of those fights with very... You can abuse his AI by having weaknesses in your party. He basically has 3 things he can do. He can attack with fire, attack with light, or use Karnak, which is his unique physical ability. However, if you have weaknesses to light and fire in your party, or at least you don't resist or null them, he will never use Karnak. Instead, he will alternate with fire and light, so you can just use dampeners on alternating turns to basically null everything he does.
It's really weird.
Yeah, like casually having to deal with Karnak is actually quite annoying. It's pretty strong. But with this setup where Succubus is weak to light and Mermaid is weak to fire, you can just alternate fire and light dampeners and be completely fine.
Also, this is like, I think, the only time you get to hear Dancing Crazy Murder in this entire run, so enjoy it.
Yeah, so these ice breaths are hitting 7 times because of Pandemonic and Dance. Their standard number of hits is 2. But that's quite a bit more.
Yeah, even with the high amount of damage we output in this fight, Konsu can kinda tank that for a long time.
He has a lot of HP.
Yeah, like, he can tank it for longer than you would think. It's a pretty long fight even when we are completely min-maxing and optimizing our damage.
Though we should be able to kill him on this turn. MC like just barely doesn't have enough MP to get through this fight, but I can throw an ice gem.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. Alright,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he runs out, but you should also be able to just kill up with Succubus there at the end. It's just enough damage.
So here we find out that Miyazu agreed to be kidnapped because she doesn't like the fact that she's putting so much stress on her brother trying to protect her and battle for Tokyo at the same time, so kind of agrees that, hey, I got the glitch.
Nice.
There's a funny visual bug when you skip through mission completion text very quickly in a couple different spots where you can get that weird, like, negative color zone. But we agreed to let Bethel Egypt take care of Miyazu. Also, we find out that the crow is a angel named Mastema, and we're given a feather in order to summon him to kind of figure out, like, hey, what's going on here, my guy? Because, you know, only good things happen whenever Mastema gets involved in a Mega 10 game plot.
It's a risk. Do you think we can really afford to believe?
Yeah, in this dialogue with Yoko, you can get a pretty big swing towards either law or chaos depending on what you choose. If you choose that you trust demons, you get points towards chaos, which is enough to put us actually toward chaos alignment for the first time in the run. The way you check your alignment in this game is if you go to the world map and your avatar is spinning clockwise, it means you're law. If it's counterclockwise, it means you're chaos, and if it's not spinning at all, it means you're on the neutral path. Even though CoV has only 2 endings, law and chaos, if you end up on neutral alignment at the end of the game, you get to pick which ending you want. But for our purposes, we should now be Chaos aligned.
Yeah. So here we summon Mastema, and he's like, oh yeah, of course I've been turning humans to salt, because when humans are salt, they can't give their Magatsui to the Kadishtu. You know, no human, no problem, or something. And to demonstrate that, he salts Dazai, and nothing of value is lost in this exchange.
Unfortunately, he unsalts Dazai right away.
Yeah, he unsalts Dazai, and then he tells Dazai, like, hey, I can give you the power you need to be strong, and basically kind of brainwashes him into a evil law tool. But he tells us, like, yeah, the Kadishtu are, or he tells us that they're trapping Magatsui, and that Nama's somewhere ahead, and so he's like, well, I mean, if you can prove that you're able to kill the Kadishtu, I guess I wouldn't need to salt everyone. So now we're kind of doing his dirty work for him. Also there, we, very importantly, we hit level 40 from meeting with Mastema there. Which means we get to fuse a very, very special demon indeed. Arguably one of the better demons in the game, honestly. Alice.
Yeah, definitely one of the best. Alice is a special fusion that takes 4 specific demons that we've carefully been gathering over the course of the run. Alice is incredible because her unique skill Die For Me is a multi-target dark attack that's just basically way stronger than any other multi-target you could get at this point. Like, it's one of the strongest, period. And so getting it this early is kind of very, very good. Especially because we're already abusing a bunch of skills that make multi-target attacks better. Getting one that's extra strong is kind of great. Alice herself is also very min-maxed towards magic, so she's just naturally really good at casting Die For Me. And we're gonna go get a statue which gives her 1 level, and therefore she gets Dark Pleroma as well. So she's a powerhouse.
I half heard, did you mention that she was really powerful?
And then she got buffed.
Yeah, as I was about to say, I half heard she was really good in 5, and then they decided to buff her in Vengeance for some reason.
Yeah, I think we were all gonna say the same thing.
I remember when I was doing my casual playthrough of Vengeance and I fused Alice, then looked at the description of Die For Me and like, wait a minute, that's been buffed. What the hell? Why would they do that? It was already insane.
Oops. Ah, okay. So there we find out that the Kadishtu are in Tokyo. They've set up a Magatsui trap of sorts, and so we want to go shut that down. Because if it's allowed to run, it will get them all of the Magatsui they need in order to fulfill their evil plan or whatever.
But before we do any of that, we have a side quest to go do. That is not supposed to be done at this point. It's accessible really early on, but you're intended to do it at quite a bit higher level than we currently are. But because of the power of Alice, we can do it. It just so happens that the boss of this side quest is weak to dark.
Is this
And also that doing this side quest gives you a really, really strong reward. We're also going to fuse Yaxini here. Yaxini is another demon that has Pandemonic Feast. She will be the replacement for Mermaid, because we fuse her with Dona Magisi. We just want a demon with both Pandemonic Feast and Dona Magisi, and Yaxini is the most convenient way to get that. So back in the diet building here, back in the original vanilla SMT5, this is where you get all of the DLC quests But in this version of the game, they're just part of the base game. So we normally ban DLC in speedruns, but since this stuff is now part of the base game, there's no real reason to ban it. It's not really that overpowered or broken either, but one of these quests happens to be worth doing.
Yeah, with how absurdly broken literally everything in this game is, this next fight went from being one that was absurdly broken and overpowered to just being really, really good.
Yeah.
So we're gonna fight Cleopatra.
Yeah, so Cleopatra is level 61. We are currently level 40. So, we should, in theory, be so underpowered that this is not remotely winnable. But we have Alice as well as all of this crazy crap we've been stacking. So to start with, we'll blast the hell out of her with Dance and Die For Me. We can't kill her in one turn. That's not happening. She's a few things she can do. She can use Mabufudine. She can use Hamabarian, severe light damage. So we put Taunt on MC and have him null light, and then we use Ice Block with Voiver to block Mabufudine, and then we hope she doesn't punch MC to death, because that's the one dangerous thing she can do. And now we have to very carefully control damage, because after she gets below a certain amount of HP, so she'll start using her unique skill Frolic, which charms your whole party, minimizes your defense and your attack. If she gets to use it, we're just dead. So we're gonna set her up to just above the threshold where she starts using it, and then we have to kill her from there. So we concentrated with Alice ahead of time, and now we're gonna use Dance. Now we're gonna dismiss Voiver. What dismissing Voiver does here is gives Alice one extra turn, so she'll get 3 instead of 2. We're gonna use Donum Magisi with Yaxini to give Alice even more damage. We can pop a Shockbound for even more damage, and we just barely have enough. And the cool thing about this is beating Cleopatra, you just stop her from killing herself, and then she joins your party.
Yeah, now we have a level 61 demon, and we're level 40.
Yeah.
This seems totally normal and reasonable.
So Cleopatra is incredibly strong, but she isn't gonna just solo everything from here on out. She helps a lot, and she's worth getting, but we still need to, actually use strategy and whatnot. So we're gonna do some more fusions here. Mainly to get Hayataro, because Hayataro is also pretty damn good.
Yeah, Hayataro used to be a demon you only got if you at the end of the base game if your alignment was chaos at the alignment lock. But with Vengeance, it was made so that you can fuse him at level 40 as a special fusion, and he would still have all the good stuff that he had in the base game.
I'm pretty sure I don't have the money for this.
In
Let me
vanilla.
check.
Yeah, he feels like a DLC demon despite not being
Oh, I
one.
do have enough.
Yeah, he has very good affinities. He has Carnage Fang, which is one of the best physical skills. He has Witness With Me, which is his unique taunt ability. Sun's Radiance is another unique he has, which is pretty good.
Resist physical, null elect. He's got a really good set of resistances.
He learns his soul pretty early.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just very good.
He does a lot of... He's also got +3 support, which is pretty hard to come by this early in the game. So we're going to rely on him as our Tetrakarn user, because that +3 support reduces its MP cost by quite a bit. So having a tanky demon with a decent MP pool and +3 support is just really good.
Alright, my party gets screwed up by plot stuff here, so I no point in setting it now.
Yeah, Yuzuru forces his way into your party.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you have humans force themselves into your party, they put themselves into a party slot and not just into your stock. So
forget to
even
go
as much as it
grab
would be nice to preset my party while I'm in the World of Shadows because it's a little faster to menu there, user is going to mess it up anyway, so...
Yeah, and don't forget to grab the statue for Cleo at some point.
Oh, yes, thank you.
We do want to give one statue to Cleopatra, because that way she'll learn Mazandine, which is quite useful for a few fights.
I'm actually just going to hop over and do that right now since I have to use a warp anyway to get to the dorm. Thank you for the reminder, though. I definitely would have missed that.
Yeah, you would have gotten to the Dark Block Bros and been kind of sad.
Yep. So yeah, thankfully this statue here in the container yard is super, super close to a font, so we can just run over here and grab it. I like to do this movement here to grab these 3 mag orbs, which can help with meter building for the next fight a little bit.
Come on.
Indeed.
All right, so Yuzuru agreed to go over and look at the where we think the mag trap, the Magatsuhi trap is. But first he wants to talk to us on the dorm roof, and here he tells us that the Prime Minister is actually a demon by the name of Tsukiyomi, and Yuzuru is the knowledge for Tsukiyomi. And so he tells us that he has agreed to, that he wants to become a Nahobino so that he can fight alongside us to protect Tokyo. SMC and Cleo. And he just wanted to tell us that because he's grateful for everything that we've done to help him and Miyazu out.
Young man.
And then we thank him by promptly telling him to get out of our party. And I need to do this menu still. Give Force Sutra to Cleo. Give our magic incenses to Cleo. Just to boost her damage even more.
Yeah. She's used for pretty much the rest of the game and does quite a bit of damage, so it's a reasonable use of those things.
So here we run into Nuwa and Yakumo, and basically they want the trap to keep running because they want the Kadishu to come pick it up so that they can fight them, but we don't want to sacrifice any any more lives, so now we have to fight Nuwa and Yakumo together.
Yeah, this fight is really weird because they each only get one press turn.
Yeah, it's also one of those fights that is pretty scripted. Yakumo will always start with 2 galvanic slashes, so Elec Dampener will completely nullify the first 2 turns of the fight.
Yeah, you do have to adjust a bit in the speedrun strat here because we're having Cleo use Ice Breath, and that has random damage.
Yeah, the damage is not consistent in every attempt you do of this fight, and you do need to be a bit careful of Nua's unique ability, or their innate ability rather.
Yeah, so the reason why we don't want to use Die For Me here is because Nua resists the dark, which wouldn't in itself be a problem, but her innate skill is if she gets hit with something she resists twice, then the next turn they will get an extra press turn, which is really bad if they're relying on dampeners to fill their whole turn. So you basically can't hit Nua with, you can't use Die For Me in this fight, effectively.
Yeah, we just have to get Yakumo down. Focus Yakumo down and then start working on Nuwa. Also, we want to have full bar by the end of this fight.
Or 1 turn away, yeah.
Or, yeah, close to it.
Just 1 turn on accurate.
Robots are back, apparently.
Fix that. Let me know if it's fixed, otherwise I'll have to try to figure out how to fix it. Lon was fixing it before, I don't know what he did.
brain. You guys should just be able to kill here. Yeah. And we have enough meter. Just for reference, in case anyone's curious, when I like how we know if we have enough meter,
World of humanity has no need for those
the visual indicator to see if you're one turn away from having a full meter is if the
He makes a good
the
point.
bar is at the U in the word Magatsuhi. As long as the bar is at that point, then you're good, because you get about 20% meter after you get about 20% meter every single turn change.
Yeah.
So here we're well past the U, so we're fine.
Yeah, this is the part where we start ramping up to the end of the area. We have a couple more fights left.
Yep, we are finally, after fighting Noan Yakumo, we finally located exactly where the Kadishtu's headquarters is and how to access it. They're camping basically right outside the Tokyo Government Plaza, so we're now gonna head that way to head them off. Because there seems to be something very important about that building that they want access to, and that the Angels seem to be, like, willing to protect, even if it means, like, killing indiscriminately. So thankfully the entrance to that is just over here. It would have been guarded by those cherubs if we would have come this way earlier. And now we deal with Agrit. Agrit is the third member of the Kadishtu, and she darkens the area and basically sends this clone of her to attack us as we try to navigate this area.
Yeah, these clones spawn randomly and can be tricky to dodge. If they catch you, it's pretty dangerous. They can just kill you.
Yeah. Agrit has a unique ability. Her innate lets her magic crit, and then her unique ability hits you 12 times, so it has a very high chance of critting, and it's almighty damage, so you can't really block it in any way. So what happens is that if you get caught by her, she will use her unique, and if she crits, she will use it again. So it's very high chance of dying if you get caught by her.
Allow me to make amends.
Yeah. But she does that as well in her boss fight, but at least you get a turn of setup beforehand. So you can do things like guard or lower her attack.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Inflaming Divinity yet.
Yeah, so Inflaming Divinity is really strong. It's a single target buff skill that maximizes all of the character's stats, so attack, defense, and agility. It basically is the only buff skill you really need, because you generally don't have to buff your entire party with everything. It's what we will be using for buffs for the rest of the game. And now we're just going to completely blow up Agrit. She doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, poor Agrit. She just kind of dies.
Yeah, that fight goes by really quickly with the setup we have. Her AI is also very scripted to do the same things in every turn, unless she gets a crit. Then it gets a bit weird.
This dodge is usually easy, but for some reason I'm feeling paranoid. Oh, we're good.
Yeah, I think the ones that spawn can be a bit random.
the game hasn't dicked me over in a suspiciously long period of time, given how this run started. So I'm very suspicious something stupid's gonna happen. All right, so here we have another alignment choice. Basically, Yoko's like, hey, if you were making a project and you discovered as you were building it that like it just wasn't going well. In fact, not only was it not going well, it was just like fundamentally broken. What would you do? Would you try to fix it, or would you just start over? And we were like, oh, well, I'd probably start over. And she's like, oh, okay, cool, thanks.
Yeah, good talk. One of many. So we get to the government plaza. Now that we have fought every Kadishtu in a one-on-one fight, now we have to fight all of them at the same time. Including Lilith, which
we have not fought yet.
Since we have been skipping all of the cutscenes so far, you wouldn't even know that she exists.
Is this demon?
Yeah, she's the leader of the Kadishtu and has kind of been doing a lot of the antagonizing with, well, the other Kadishtu were just kind of like bosses of the week almost, as far as dealing with them. So here we make MC immune to charm again because Nama's going to be involved in the fight.
Yeah, this next boss fight is definitely the least consistent in the run. There's a few different things that can go wrong.
Am I blind? Yeah, I am.
Cleopatra
Yeah,
helps a lot in this fight. It's kind of the main... This fight is the main motivation for getting Cleopatra at all. She makes a pretty big difference, but it's still... The fight is still pretty rough.
Yeah, this is one of those fights where you can make this fight consistent if you want, but that would also be slow. You can also make it really fast, like we are doing in the route, but that would that comes with it being a little bit less consistent.
We are thankfully able to get Enduring Soul on Hayataro, so he has some survivability.
Yeah. The first problem is they'll open with their unique skill, Quidishtu Entropy, which 1 does a huge amount of almighty damage, 2 it can charm you, and 3 I think it did it have oh yeah, it heals them as well, which doesn't matter too much because we're not going to do any damage on turn 1. So from then on out, the turn order that they have is Lilith goes first, then Isaac goes second, then Nama goes third, then Ogret goes last. We really don't want Nama and Ogret to get their turns, so what we're going to try to do is use Tetrakarn, because Idis always uses physical skills, so we want her to hit our Tetrakarn, so Nama and Agret don't get their turns. This entire strat relies on that happening. What Isis likes to use is Axle Claw, which is a random target skill, so it's not necessary. So because Tetrakarn isn't full party, it's not guaranteed to work. Then after that, we're going to use Taunt, and on some specific turns, Lilith will open with a normal attack, and if we can taunt and get her to hit Tetrakarn, then everybody loses their turn, like their whole turn is gone immediately. But of course, Lilith can just choose to ignore taunt. But we need to... So Anubis and MC can stay at low health because they have... Okay, they have the Karns. Hayataro has Enduring Soul, so he'll be back at full health. And Cleo we can use a Soma drop on because she needs the MP and it heals her, and she's also fairly tanky. And now we're just gonna set up damage with Cleo and try to get our Magatsuki skills back. We gave the main character a skill that when he uses it just gives you a 1/5 of your bar, although you can't use it multiple times in one turn.
Ah, that sucks.
Oh, that's... Okay. Yeah, Lilith ignored Taunt.
Yeah, unfortunately, Taunt has a bit of a quirk to it where the lower your HP, your current HP is compared to your max HP, it's slightly less effective.
Yeah,
But it's still not worth healing MC, so...
Yeah, it's just one of those things that comes with the fight and the targeting AI in this game. That's probably something that could be worked around, but
Yeah, I guess if I ever get back to routing this game, I don't know if I ever will. Actually,
You refuse.
since the way
then
that
the
AI
sacrifice shall
targeting
be
actually
carried out
works
by
is now
us, the
known.
Kadishtu.
Could adjust these
Yeah.
strats.
this whole route kind of needs a bit of a touch-up.
But yeah, at this point, it would kind of feel pointless working on this route when there is a better one that exists.
Also true.
And yeah, since I didn't have Charm Inflicted, I can technically do another another
Yeah,
card
if you
there.
have the attack mirror.
Just makes it slightly more likely that Axel Claw will work. Yeah. Wow, my brain.
Your turn.
Alright, Lilith, please. Be nice. Be nice and slap me. Thank you.
Nice. So at this point, you just kind of want to pop strategize and then just have Cleo kill Lilith. Lilith is the only one who needs to die. The other three won't matter. The fight will just end when Lilith dies. So Cleo is really strong here because Lilith is weak to light, and Cleo has +6 light and Hama Barian, which is way stronger skill than you'd normally have access to at this point.
Yeah,
There's a mechanic in the fight that you get the essences of the Kadishtu that you kill, so this way we only get the Lilith's essence and we miss out on the other three. They have some good stuff on them, but they're not worth going out of the way to get. We don't really need them.
Yeah, Casually Agrits is really nice because it's a nice way to get Agi and Bufu Baryon, and Namas can be nice because you can get Debilitate early, but we're going to get Debilitate really soon anyway, so that doesn't matter, and so Lilith's is just kind of the one that's, like, the most important, because it has high Force Pleroma, so...
Yeah, high Force Pleroma is really good. It's... so instead of the 1.2 from a regular Pleroma, you get 1.4, I believe, and it stacks together with the regular Pleroma.
Young man, let us fight.
So that will let her force damage go even higher. Although, mostly she has now served her purpose as a damage dealer and will take on a bit of a supportive role in a little bit. But
Yeah.
there's a couple more fights that we can still use her in.
The high Force Pleroma is very important for the grind, though.
That's true, yeah.
So a lot happens there plot-wise. So we beat up the Kadishtu, but we lose anyway. And then, so Aogami, we get eaten by their giant orb thing that they're using to summon Tiamat, their goddess. Like the Primordial Chaos. And then Aogami sacrifices himself so that we don't get absorbed by Tiamat. And then when we get spat out, one sec, Cleo gets Lilith. Just add High Force. Hayataro, let's see. Alright, Hayataro. Ah, my brain. Cleo and Ibis, that's right. So we get it out alive, and then as it turns out, Dazai's turned evil and he's murdering people. So he murders Yuzuru because he found out Yuzuru wanted to be a Nahobino, and he's drunk the law Kool-Aid that Nahobinos are bad and should all die. So he gets killed, and then because we aren't a Nahobino anymore, we get spared, and then we go to Tsukiyomi, who's like, "Hey, so my knowledge is dead, and you technically have affinity with all proto-fiends and not just, Aogami, who, by the way, is my brother. So, like, we should, like, mega merge instead and be best friends and, get revenge. And we're like, oh, cool, that's, like, the name of the video game. Let's do that. And so now we're a ninja. We have, obtained, Tsukiyomi form. And we also find out that the reason the Kadishtu were gathering here is because this is Shakan, the place where the miracle that had recreated Tokyo is kind of being housed. And the Kadishtu want to access it so that they can obtain the powers of creation from for Yoko, who apparently is supposed to be a goddess of creation whose powers were sealed away. These are the Dark Block Bros. They like to block dark. But we have Cleopatra, so we don't care.
Yeah, this fight is...
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, power is also weak to force, so it works well here. But they charge on turn 1, and this fight is pretty nasty if they get to act. They hit pretty damn hard.
Yeah, since they go first, there's a lot of... This fight was actually kind of very troublesome for routing. This was kind of, honestly, one of the other fights that makes Cleo really worth it. Because they go first, they can actually really hurt you on your turn 1. And because their main easiest way to kill them is with Dark, and they love to use Dark Block, which makes them immune to Dark for a turn. A lot of our old strats involved using, like, Safeguard on someone with Mamudo to clear their Dark Shield, and then hitting them with trying to instant kill them, which is an okay strat, but keeping everyone alive on turn 0 and then trying to string together enough instant kills to kill them was very random and inconsistent. Whereas just using Cleo, giving her an Inflaming and then one Donum, she can just wipe the entire fight.
Yeah, with the old strats we used before, we would always have some casualties. It was basically unavoidable, and the fight would just turn into like a scrap fight, basically. Yeah, it's a lot cleaner now. But yeah, this is a bit of a dungeon that we have to go through. There's a bunch of good stuff you can collect here if you want, but we're not gonna be picking up too many things here.
Just one thing, if I remember correctly. We just need a source of Endure.
One thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's like a bunch of money and pretty good essences like Dragon Eye, which is a updated version of Beast Eye, but we don't really need it since we have other ways of keeping our accuracy high.
Yeah, a lot of
we have other sources of Dragon Eye later as well.
Yeah, a lot of the chests in this area, like the essences and such, are meant to kind of help prepare you for Area 4, as Area 4 is a very, very long... Ooh, yeah, I forgot about that. As Area 4 is a very large step up in difficulty from what you encounter in Area 3. And so it's meant to really help prepare you for that while providing a little bit of a breakup between all the open world stuff.
Yeah, the gimmick of the dungeon is that you can flip around the floors by hitting those switches. They basically just invert the floor, but you only need to hit 2 switches to progress, unless you do the collecting stuff, then it gets a bit more complicated.
Yeah, the puzzles are very simple if you're just trying to get through the dungeon. It's hit this switch, then you're done.
This dungeon's also very short, which is...
Yeah, relative to the one in Canon of Creation, yeah, it is quite short.
I mean, this is always the
it's
one
unfortunate
that I get flipped around
that we don't get to do the objectively better dungeon, but it is what it is.
Yeah, to each their own. I personally really like Shikan, but
I really dislike the boss fights in Shikan. The boss fights in Demon King Castle are so much better.
yeah, I agree on that. I personally like this dungeon more, but yeah, one thing about Canon of Vengeance at this point is that there is a lot of, like... oh, I very much went the wrong way here. There's a lot of assumed background knowledge in, Wow, my brain just, like,
Yeah,
exploded.
you're going backwards.
Yeah, okay, I see where I'm going. Because, like, all of Area 3 of Canon of Creation still happens... I think this is the wrong chest.
No, I think that's the right one.
Yeah, this is the right one.
Kinkiasen.
Yeah. Yeah, all of Area 3 of Canon of Creation still happens, we're just not involved in any of it. Oh, that's not great. Cycle timing. Okay, we went first anyway. So those Nuas are pretty passive unless that Pazuzu sees you and then they aggro to you, and so the cycle there was a little unfortunate that Pazuzu was looking right at me.
Yeah, you kind of need knowledge of both of the canons to get the full picture of the story if you care about that.
So both of the next boss fights are weak to dark, and we can use literally the exact same strategy for each of them, which is just set up dance and then blow them up with Alice.
Yeah, so now that we're significantly stronger, we can actually fight these cherubs that were like a big menacing, like, we must create a giant detour to get around them problem earlier. But we are much stronger now than we were then. So these cherubs work interestingly where they are pretty passive starting out, and then when one of them dies, they go absolutely ballistic. However, when you know how to dance, and you do it well, you can just kind of blow them both up very quickly.
Yeah, if they get one more turn, or rather one, if one of them dies ahead of the other one and they get a turn, they will start spamming Judgment Light, which is a piercing light attack, and that will absolutely kill you.
Yeah, not
very
very well known
difficult to stay
lore
alive.
is that Alice is a very big fan of the band ABBA. She is the dancing queen. We are almost done with Shikan. We have a couple more rooms. While we're going through here, we are going to hit a couple of enemies to move them out of the way. And also, we need to build up a meter because we need to have a full meter set up going into the next boss. Alright. Fortunately, these cycles line up just enough that you can jump these corners and get around the worms, and we are at the end of Shikan.
Now we're gonna confront Abdiel for killing Yuzuru. This fight is really easy. even if you don't cheese it like we're gonna do, it's really not that hard.
Yeah, Abdiel has a AI quirk where she just hates the main character and always targets him. So she does 2 attacks on main character with Fizz, and then she will do 1 attack with Light, and then 2 attacks with Fizz, 2 attacks with 1 attack with Light again, and then her Makatsui charges fire, and that's basically her entire fight.
Let's go.
There's not much to it. Boop. As long as you have resist Fizz on MC, it's basically a free fight every time. Without even doing what we're about to do.
Now we can show off our cool dance moves again. And that's Abdiel.
Yep.
Yeah, this fight is just a copy and paste from the Abdiel fight in COC.
Yeah, so we failed to stop Yoko from reclaiming her divinity and unleashing Tiamat. So Mastama's like, how dare you fail, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, well, whatever, I'm sure you probably can handle it anyway. Bye. And so Tsukiyomi agrees to basically tell us, explain to us fully the situation with creation and the Throne of Creation, which is where Tiamat's going right now. Because we need to basically, we agree that the only way to kind of fix everything that's happened is to defeat Tiamat and then take the throne to recreate the world.
I'll tell you everything I know.
So he'll tell us everything he knows.
I'll tell you everything I know. I'll tell you everything I know.
I'll tell you everything I know about Nahobino and the power to
I'll
reshape
tell
the
you
world.
everything I know.
Doesn't quite roll off the tongue like regarding the War of the Gods.
Regarding the
Unfortunately.
War of the Gods. So he's like, hey, I'll track down the throne and I'll let you know when it's time for us to go make our claim. Meanwhile, suddenly Tao's alive again. Oh yeah, she died at the end of the Kadishu fight, by the way. I forgot to mention that. Wasn't really important.
Yeah, in
But,
COC, Tao getting revived is actually kind of a decent plot point and is a bit unexpected, but here she's already revived like 3 times before this.
Come, look.
For
Tokyo fades like the setting sun. Time is almost up.
For Tao, it was a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until then,
For some reason, that line is so important that in both canons it just plays
you let me fight
without
at
the
your
ability
side.
to skip, even though there's no dialogue prompt surrounding it. So Tao is a goddess of creation now, and she's like, hey, I'll take you to the throne. And so we're like, oh, cool, that's convenient. So we saddle up our Tsukiyomi, and we go to the final area of Da'at.
Yeah, so Area 4 plays a little bit differently than the other areas. It's a very open space, and you can basically go fight the story bosses that let you enter the final dungeon already. But they are level 72, so we are kinda unprepared for that currently. So what we need to do is find a way to get some levels. There's a bunch of side quests and abscesses here that you can do, but we're gonna do none of that. And we're basically gonna be grinding by forcing follow-up chains, which is what we mentioned earlier, that gives a lot of EXP. So currently our goal is to hit level 62. We have some amount of gospels by this point, and we can get 3 more guaranteed. So we're just gonna try to get about mid-50s and then gospel the rest depending on how many we have.
I still need to learn the better
And,
movement for this area, but
yeah, we're gonna grab a couple couple essences first. We're gonna get Fisplaroma from the Lugaroo essence, I believe, and then High Restore from the Mott essence, and
a couple essences for affinities.
yeah, I was
Right.
thinking if we do get something else yet, but I don't think we do. Like,
We pick up the
Well, also
Arhabaki
look at
essence for Great Life Spring and Ability.
right, yeah, but that's
yeah.
that's a bit later, but yeah.
So when it comes to forcing follow-ups, there's a few things you can do. The first is use an attract pipe, which just makes follow-ups more likely. And then the other thing is to have as many enemies nearby you and aggroed to you whenever you start the fight. So there's a really convenient spot to do that. There's a Nebrios kind of in this back area over here that when it sees you, it will summon a bunch of Decarabias and then try to run away from you. So you just kind of run right into the middle of that group of Decarabias and slap the Nebrios. You are very likely to get lots of follow-ups as long as you use an attract pipe first. And since follow-ups give extra bonus experience, and the more follow-ups you get, the bigger the bonus experience multiplier is. This is definitely the best way to grind experience.
Yeah, another benefit of this location is that a lot of the enemies are weak to light and can be targeted with force, so it works very well for our purposes of killing enemies quickly without having to change our setup for it. We can just basically Mazandine everything here.
Mazandine, just give her an inflaming divinity, and then for these weaker encounters, she can just two-shot them, and for stronger stuff, you can give her a Donum or have Tau help, or you have a few different options.
Magic
The
number is
only
53, by the way.
Yeah. The only inconvenient enemy that we can that can spawn here is Fafnir, because there's one flying Fafnir pretty nearby that can spawn as a follow-up. And ideally we don't see him, but he might show up.
Yeah. Oh, and then you can save and load to respawn this Nebrios, and then just do this again.
The game spawns you facing whatever direction you saved in, so I flipped around there, because otherwise I was going to get freaked out by the camera flip. So I've had that happen before. So one more fight and I should have all the levels I need. Oh, whoops. Alright. That was a good grind.
There you go, nice.
Even got one level extra, so I don't have to save scum the Pond Kushi.
Yeah, so once you get to Area 4, Kusis are more likely to give you more likely to give you 2 Gospels than they are to give you 1, so it's reasonable to just save and then keep trying until they give you 2.
Yeah,
But
I
nice
think
not having
it's
to do that.
I think it's something like 70% you get 2 and 20% you get 3 and 10% you get 1, something like that. So you're very likely to get more than one here.
Yeah.
That said, I've had to... in times I've had to save scum this, I've had to do it a couple times in a row, so... Anytime I don't have to do it, I will, Well, that's unfortunate.
Nice miss.
Friendly reminder that Tau is bad. And you can't change my mind. And I got one, so good thing I didn't need it.
Nice.
Yeah, it might be 20% for...
Yeah, I feel like the number
One.
for getting one
That
is
might be.
definitely higher than 10%.
Yeah, I think I might have those numbers flipped in my head.
You don't need that
20
Fuki essence,
instead.
you can buy it later, but it's like right there and it saves you money, so.
Yeah, I took that Fuki essence out just because I kept getting caught by the damn squeakies because I hate the whip attack so much.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
back
they,
in- Back in vanilla, those chests were so easy to get without hitting the Fukis, but with this whip attack, it's so much harder.
I swear they also like
Yeah,
changed
the-
where they spawn or something, because it feels like it's harder to... Even in COC, I feel like it's harder to get in and out of that without getting hit.
I feel like they might spawn faster just because the game performance is better.
I would
feel like
also
they might
believe
have been
that.
they might have been delayed on the Switch or something.
Oh, and I'm level 55, so I technically didn't... Well, I would have needed it. Whatever. I'll be a level higher. That's fine.
Yeah, so there's a random gospel just buried here on the ground. The only one of its kind in the game where it's in a partner spot like this.
I need to get a meter. That should be fine. Just a little short on my meter, and so...
If the grind goes really well, you might actually need to build some bar.
Yeah, so now we're just going to do a little bit more running around. We're going to be tagging the font here. This is the font where one of the, I don't like this, where this Fafnir is.
Yeah, Fafnir has a really scary attack animation because they kind of lunge forward and the attack animation extends very far to the side as well. It's kind of deceptively large area that you need to be careful of.
We're running through this area because we need to gather the 3 keys to access the Empyrean. However, we noticed that 2 of the keys are in the same spot for some reason. But we're tagging the location of one of those bosses. It's where the Odin fight was in COC. And then we'll be running over to where the Vasky fight was in COC, because that's going to be the other boss and the first one that we actually need to fight. Or will be fighting. We're also going to be going over here to pick up a Mara essence.
A few more things to gather, then we'll use our Gospels and then set up our strategy for the rest of the game.
Which, if you've never seen it before and you read the fun factoid about this run, we're kind of curious as to what I was talking about, you'll the truth shall finally be made known. Here, when Tiamat showed up, she like blew a bunch of crap up, and included in that was she blew up Nua and Yakumo, but Nua like body blocked for Yakumo to save him, so Nua's unfortunately dead, and Yakumo's kind of like left contemplating life because he always believed that demons were, you know, worthless objects, even Nua, who he was the knowledge for. But then her actually sacrificing herself kind of made him question all of his, a lot of his beliefs and such. So now because he no longer can become a Nahobino, he's going back to the human world, and he's gonna basically just become a demon hunter. Like, instead of just killing demons recklessly, he's gonna focus on saving people from bad demons. Which there's like a whole little side quest chain you can go on to like follow him around and stuff, but we're not doing any of that. Yeah, Great Value Raido becomes, indeed becomes Great Value Raido.
Yeah, so we're in Asakusa now, and you can see the Mifunashiro area from Nocturne on the right.
Yep, just down in the middle of that pit. It's a very angry elephant. Yeah, just down there. That giant rock there is the center of it. Here's the Rangda Essence. We'll be using it for affinities for MC in a little bit. Because Repel Fizz is pretty good. Here we're going to be respeccing fully into Vit. Just to tank up. And then we're using all of our Gospels. Goal level is 64, or sorry, 62. We got 63 there.
Hopefully it's fine now.
And now we'll be doing some fusion.
Is this demon?
So here we're fusing a Dakini because she's good fusion material for what we're going to be making. And then it's time for the GOG, the myth, the legend. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, it is time for some GOG Magog gaming. In order to fuse him to an Arahabaki.
Is this demon?
That one dude with a tumultuous relationship with Fizz. And the reason, and one of the most broken innates in the game.
Yeah, so while doing this fusion, I can describe the GOG Magog gaming strat. So the innate skill that I alluded to earlier that is really broken when combined with Strategize is Arahabaki's. So what it does is any demon that is switched into the party will have all of Arahabaki's current effects copied onto it. This includes like buffs, charge effects, Magatsui skills, basically any effects applied to Arahabaki. When you switch a demon into the party, that demon will also get those effects. So the way you can abuse that is to basically fully buff Arahabaki and put some kind of charge effect on him. In this first case, we're going to use Critical Aura, which makes your next Fizz hit 100% accurate and guaranteed crit. Then you can activate Strategize, which allows you to switch demons in and out for free. You can then take a demon with, say, a strong physical attack, like we're going to use Gog Magog in this case. You can switch him out of the party, then switch him back in, and he will be given full buffs and the crit aura. You can then have him attack with that crit aura. You can then switch him back out, and then switch him in again, and he will have the crit aura refreshed. And remember that Strategize allows you to switch demons in and out as a completely free action. So you effectively get to cast Critical Aura for free. And then GOG can hit again. And then you can switch him back out and then back in, and he can hit again. And so you can basically hit with eight times with any charge effect of your choosing. We're going to use Crit Aura here. And that's insanely strong. You will get to see how strong it is against Beelzebub. So this also GOG himself, his innate is also really good because he gets bonus crit damage based on the number of weaknesses in the party. And Arahabaki just happens to have 4 weaknesses. GOG has 5. So on their own, that's already a ton of weaknesses. So GOG gets a ton of bonus damage. And we're going to use Pandemonic Feast as well. In this case, we're going to use it with Rampage. Rampage is an incredibly strong random target skill, so it benefits from Pandemonic. The downside of Rampage is that it's supposed to be low accuracy, but because we're using crit aura, which gives you 100% hit rate, it can't miss. So you can see each of those hits we're hitting for just over 1,000, about 1,100. And Rampage could hit up to 5 times. So this is just an insanely overpowered combo. This is what the rest of the boss fights in the game are going to look like.
Yep.
We won't be using Rampage for every boss fight, but we're going to be doing this Gog Magog gaming strat for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the only downside of this strat is that it's a little bit slow to execute since you need to swap out and swap in every turn. But yeah, it's pretty strong.
Yeah, so just full-on kill Bubs. 100 to 0 in one turn.
Yeah, welcome to
We won't
Gog
be able to
Magog
100
Gaming.
to 0 every boss in one turn, but for a while we will.
Yeah, there's a couple bosses where we have to stall for a few turns to get the bar back up before Gog Magog Gaming again. But the idea of the strat is the same for the rest of the fights.
Doesn't mean we have to build up some meter between each of these fights, but that's like totally fine. There's
Yeah,
enemies nearby that we can do this, and we're already good.
Yeah, any strategy that you choose to use at this point in the game is very reliant on building bar. There's no way around it.
Yeah, Magatsui's skills, they were already really good in Vanilla 5, and in Vengeance, they made them even stronger, and so you rely even more heavily on them.
Oh yeah, and we have a Pixie in our stock, because in order to do strategize, you need 2 neutral demons in your stock. So Gog Magog is neutral, as is Pixie.
Yeah.
Before, when we would use strategize, it would be with humans, because humans are considered neutral, but now that we have no humans with us, we need to adopt a Pixie friend to keep with us for the rest of the game.
It's very convenient that Gog just happens to be a neutral demon that can use strategize.
So now, instead of fighting Zeus and Odin separately, we're now fighting them at the same time. Which is not all that different. It just means that, like, you can get some kind of scary-looking damage rolls because of Rampage only hitting them once.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Leo
is
also
one of the fights
synergizes.
where...
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, in this fight, theoretically, you can run out of damage if you get unlucky enough and not be able to kill them, but that happens very, very rarely.
I think you'd have to get, like, worst possible roll every single time, which is pretty unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah, a worse roll like that, where it's only 2 hits.
I think even that one was 3 hits, so... But, yeah. That one was 2. But my first hit was really good, so I'm not particularly worried. The one kind of unfortunate thing about this strat as far as speed goes is the fact that the, even though battle animations are very skippable, the one animation in this game that has to play out in its entirety is the summon and unsummon animation. Zeus got wrecked, holy moly. So we get to watch the summon and unsummon animation at normal speed repeatedly, which is part of why this strat takes so long to execute.
Yeah, I feel like the strat might be some carpal tunnel inducing stuff if the animation was as skippable as a normal attack animation.
Yeah, probably. This like can already get kind of like by the end of the Mastema fight, it can already get to the point where you're like starting to fumble inputs because of having to do it so much, but
Hell of a fight.
Alright, so we have defeated the dynamic dummies. We have obtained all 3 keys. And now we get to climb the Temple of Eternity. Also, Odin dies, but Zeus leaves ominously to set up his quest line that we don't do because hectometer.
It's also an incredibly long quest line.
It is a very long quest line, yes. It's a very long quest line that you don't fight him until, like, the very end of. Okay. So we need to build up meter again. You can do it here, or you can do it once you get into TOE proper. I like to do a little bit here and then a little bit in TOE. And we still have that Pyrojack with us from Area 2. You need a partner with you for Areas 3 and 4, and the game doesn't actually give one to you at any point, so we just have the Pyrojack with us.
Yeah, the partners in this game have different properties as to what kind of things they can pick up. Some partners are more likely to pick up fights, some are more likely to get you gems. But since we only open up the fixed partner spots in the run, doesn't really matter which partner we have, since those aren't affected.
It would make a pretty cool donation incentive for a marathon, though, now that I think about it.
Yeah, since there was an update like 1.5 years ago, which added a bunch of different navigators, so you can actually have like Mara or Mothman or Hellbiker. But there's some
I don't actually know where any of them are.
Mara's in Area 4. We actually like run right by him. I think the other ones require you to do quests to access, though.
Yeah, I think the Mothman one requires you to do the Lilum quest where you collect Mothman in a jar, and then you can go talk to him after, maybe.
I think so. That's what I've heard. I haven't ever done it.
I know
played this
where
game
he
casually
is,
since
but
before the update.
Yeah, I only played this during like the first week the game released, and after that I did the routing stuff, so I haven't actually played it much casually.
Hellbiker's after Seth. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, Alice is a partner that she has a quest associated with her, so she'd be a little slow to get. But yeah, she's a partner you can get. Hers, she likes to get encounters, and the reason she likes to get encounters is because she wants you to die for her.
Eobino's another one you could get from a quest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a good donation incentive as well. That would be actually the best one, I think.
Well, that and like narrating the quest like Shaggy and I did for rescuing Jack Frost at Limit Break.
It's a little bit longer than that, so we'd want to have some time, but yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, if you voice act the whole thing, it would be like 5 to 10 minutes of extra time, I guess.
It might be even longer than that. Like, there's a lot of dialogue in that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It would be fun to do Mothman exercises, though. I'm actually gonna go do the thing. I don't like this dodge. That's not the right one.
Yeah, the gimmick of this area is these kind of time stop doorways. You go through the red portal and then time stops, which means none of the enemies can attack you, but also none of the doors will open. So then you need to go find a green one to restart time so you can actually move on.
A lot of the time we'll just opt to dodge the enemies manually, but there's a few where it like doesn't lose that much time to just stop time, or dodging the enemies is really annoying. Like those Odramalics there, I think it's almost time neutral depending on how annoying they are or how annoying they're feeling that day.
It is possible to do all of these enemy dodges. It's just some of them are a bit rough.
Yeah, the Adras are kind of annoying, and then we're about to get into Ongyoki, and Ongyoki is actually just the absolute worst thing worst thing ever to dodge. Well, I got that one.
Nice.
I don't think I'm gonna get this one though, especially because my alignment's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, you also have to hit them. Go there with quite a bit of speed.
Okay, cool. So they like to use Slumber Vortex, which inflicts either sleep or Mirage. And thankfully, Mirage doesn't impact your ability to cast Troffery at all. So. Thankfully, a lot of the Ongyokis coming up, their positioning is such that we can just kind of run out of their way. Those ones are annoying because you kind of have to go through them. These Chiyus are pretty easy to dodge. You just kind of back up a little bit while they swing at you. Which is funny because if I remember correctly, in vanilla they were like almost impossible to dodge normally.
The ones where there's 2 of them in the hallway, I remember being almost impossible.
So thankfully that the Ongyokis in this little bit are positioned just outside of doorways we want to take, so you can kind of lead them outside. And then to get around this one, you can just jump up here, because ain't no way I'm trying to dodge that Ongyoki if I don't have to. I also think they have my least favorite enemy noise in the entire game. Something about the way they yell perish I just find to be obnoxious. And now we have the glorious line, just a random conga line of Madas. This dungeon is where you can very much feel like with the vanilla game they started to run out of development time.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that they didn't change much in this dungeon for Vengeance when it so clearly feels unfinished.
At least the nerfs to Estoma make it feel like you actually kind of have to engage with the mechanics a little bit, but it still feels very unfinished.
Yeah, I mean, just the enemy placement feels unfinished. Like, you pointed out the conga line of Madas that just looks so unnatural. Like, in the other dungeons, like Shakan and Demon King Castle, the enemy placement feels reasonable. They're actually patrolling and moving around rather than standing still in a giant line.
Well, Shakan just makes them teleport like inches from your face. I don't know if that's...
Well, yeah, but there's like a lore explanation for that at least. And there's still ones that are patrolling and such. Alright, so there's 2 things we need to pick up while we're in here. The first thing we picked up was the Odin Essence. Here we pick up Chiyu's Essence. Chiyu's Essence has High Fizz Pleroma on it, which is going to go with Gogmagog's Fizz Pleroma to soup up his damage even more. And then Odin's Essence has Figment Slash on it, which will be... if you know the vanilla game at all, you know that Figment Slash is kind of okay. It's a mildly balanced ability.
It actually, relative to everything else in this game, it actually does feel balanced.
Yeah, it's funny. Everything else in this game is so ridiculous that Figment Slash actually feels kind of reasonable now. In vanilla, that was not the case. In vanilla, Figment Slash was really stupid.
By far the best skill in the game.
It's always weird that the boss warning for this is before the save point. So yeah, so God gets Chiyu's Essence. So you can get High Fizz Pleroma, and MC is going to get Clotho's Affinities for reasons. I forget why we need Clotho's Affinities. I think we need to not be weak to Dark.
Also, Null Sleep is helpful for Shirasa.
Oh, yeah. Right. The Shakan fights are, like, so unnotable to me, and yet they're, like, my least favorite fights in the game. But I always forget about them. Alright, so here we have Metatron, who just kind of shows up. He's like, I will judge your worthiness to go to the throne. And so anyway, we're gonna GOG all over him.
Yeah, Metatron is the only boss in the game, basically, with no weakness, but he has a smaller HP pool to compensate for that. And since we use Fizz, it doesn't really matter that he doesn't have a weakness, because we're gonna crit anyway.
Your turn.
He doesn't resist physical in this game.
So yeah, even with worst possible luck, this is still a pretty quick fight, but not worst possible luck, he dies very quickly.
Let's go.
And there he goes. Only 4 GOGs. Apparently GOG is a unit of measurement now. Hey, that was a gold split.
Nice.
Here, since MC's actually gained a bunch of levels, we're gonna Grimoire GOG Magog to get him some more stats.
Yeah, you kind of want to just keep GOG at MC's level if at all, if you have the Grimoires for it.
Young man.
It's how we calculate the amount of gaming happening at any given time. That's what GOGs measure. So here we get a bunch of lore cutscenes and stuff, and then Abdiel and Dazai show up, and Abdiel has become a fallen angel for reasons.
Because they became a Nahabino, I think. That's supposed to be forbidden by God.
Yeah. And so now we get to beat the crap out of them. We will be building meter in this fight, so...
Yeah, there's obviously no convenient place between Metatron and here to build meter. So ideally we just do it in this fight.
That's really funny, Shimakara carned me. I was like really confused what was going on for a second. I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, so we use Frolic not for the charm effect, but for the debuffs it provides. We don't actually expect it to charm bosses, but most bosses are not fully immune to ailments.
Oh, well,
in
that
this game.
sucks.
Oh, that's actually... Unfortunately,
I also didn't get
it's
meter
often
there.
the case the charm is actually bad.
Well, let's...
Because it throws the script off. I would just... Yeah, okay, an Amrita Shower, and you can probably stall?
Yeah.
Unless Frolic's wearing off, but you can't refresh that.
It is wearing off, unfortunately.
Rahabok you can debilitate.
Yeah. Oh, true. Right, I should have done that. Whatever. Okay. Well.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Let's hope the +1 is fine.
Yeah, I think +1 should be fine. These guys don't.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of HP. You usually have multiple turns to spare in terms of damage for this one. But yeah, there's only a couple of bosses that completely null charm. I think most bosses just resist all ailments, but you can still inflict them.
Okay, yeah, we're good. You just have to get good rolls, I think.
Let's go. Your turn. Go.
I like how the charm hasn't worn off on that.
I know, I was like, she has been charmed for like 4 turns. Like, the girl is down bad. She fell from grace and then started to discover all of the 7 deadly sins in order and is a little hung up on lust right now.
Let's go. Your turn. Go.
Alright, well that was a bit of a fiesta, but we won.
That was good enough. It was only like 1 turn longer than normal.
It's just covered in manga. This one has partaken of Tokyo's manga and must be cleansed. Cleo... MC Aratao... Alright, now we are in the Imperium. We have 3 really stupid, dumb, no good, very bad fights between here and the next major boss. This first one's actually not terrible though, because we can kill it with Cleo. But
these forced encounters are kind of half-baked and just thrown in to have something to do while you walk through the Empyrean.
yeah, make the Empyrean Walk of Shame feel a little bit more substantive or something. Also, shoutouts to us using the sword there, even though our weapon is a scythe right now.
Yeah, they didn't bother changing that for these cutscenes. I think they just forgot.
They
It's
didn't
the old
change
model.
any of the animations. They just changed the model.
So here we have these Melchizedeks. You have to kill them all at the same time, or they'll Samurai Karm, or either Samurai Karm or summon new ones, I forget which.
Yeah, I think they just call reinforcements.
Yeah, they just summon more.
But, Cleopatra's pretty good, so...
Yeah, they're weak to force. There's a lot of stuff that's weak to force.
And then
Yeah,
we're gonna go
like,
back to gogging for the next 2.
Force, Dark, and Ice are just really good in this game. If you're covered... If you have those elements covered, you're pretty good to go.
Oh yeah, those are easily the 3 strongest elements in the game. Alright, so here we have this Srausha. Just stall for meter, gog him.
Yeah, unfortunately with our setup basically only being able to do damage when we have full bar, for tiny fights like this, we still have to build full bar and use it.
Yeah.
That's the case for every setup though at this point, unless you want to grind to a higher level, which is not worth it for the speedrun.
Yeah. The one really nice part about the glitched routes is that if you do the early Empyrean skip, you can actually tag the warp point at the end of these fights and skip them entirely. Which is kind of nice because these fights are dumb. I guess to explain, the same glitch that I talked about earlier in Area 2 works with that giant bridge that goes to the Temple of Eternity in Area 4. Where you like tab out of the game and then kind of drag the window around a little bit and get stuck on a support pillar of the bridge. And that lets you run into Temple of Eternity before getting the keys. Which also means that like Metatron, Dazai, and these fights don't technically exist yet. So you can raid all of the goodies from Temple of Eternity and the Empyrean that you want. And then go back and kill because you still have to kill them in order to, like, get the final boss and stuff to show up. But you can raid all the goodies, then go back and sweep the, Area 4 fights with your, super powered up skills. Specifically, early access to Figment Slash and High Fizz Pleroma. But there's a lot of other things. You can get Boon Boost DX in here, which Boon Boost increases the duration of your buffs and debuffs by 1 turn. EX adds another turn on top of that. Sand Dolphin's Essence has some pretty good affinities on it, though we're not going to use it for this run. A couple random various goodies. Alright, so here's the final Empyrean fight. We have this Alley Lot that's going to mimic Ball Avatar from Nocturne. We also have our sword again.
I never noticed that these are the same two summons from that fight.
Yeah, I believe the idea behind it is that it's like representatives from, it's supposed to be like representatives from each of the like previous people that held the throne. So like Baal was one of the owners of the throne, and so we're fighting a thing that represents Baal Avatar.
Your turn. Go.
And presumably Shrousha or the Mel's mirrored Egypt in some way. I'm not actually entirely sure, but...
Let's go.
I figured they were just random.
And then the others, I guess, would probably be Yahweh's then. But yeah, I believe that's the idea behind it. But something, that's just a theory, a game theory.
Let's go.
This is, I think, the longest it's ever taken me to kill this Ollie-Lot. Gog really wanted to make sure the kitties were dead first before wailing on the pillar. Or monolith, whatever, slab. Yeah, that's the Empyrean fight's done. Now we have another shopping trip to get some more essences that will be helpful for us. I don't know why I'm talking like this. We're gonna buy another Bicorn Essence because Bicorn Essence is just that good. We're gonna pick up a, where are you? A Fornius, because he has really, really good affinities for the next fight. And then I already picked up the Fuki Essence, so I don't need to buy that. So, unfortunately, Rampage is not going to be very good against the next boss. It's gonna be actively quite terrible, so we have to change up our strategy a little bit. If you want to talk about what we're doing to change that.
Yeah, so we're just gonna be slotting Gogmagog with Megaton Press instead, which is a ability that targets all enemies, but only hits all of them for one hit. And then we'll also get Hell Thrust on him, which is a physical ability that pierces. The next boss has it's a multi-target boss, so it has 3 heads that we need to target, and once we kill a head, it will drain HP from the main body, so we just want to target all of the heads to get the main body down to low enough health where we can Hell Thrust through its physical resistance and kill it. But the main idea of the strat is the same, where we just use strategize.
This is also where the alignment lock occurs. And so here...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is where the alignment lock occurs. Depending on what your alignment is, you will either keep Tao in your party with you, or Tao will leave you for Yoko. And then Yoko actually forces herself into our party for the start of the Tiamat fight, but she's... Well, she is decently kitted for this fight. She's still not specialized for our build. So she'll see some use, but not, like, an amazing amount.
Yeah, this is a fight that we cannot finish in one turn like the previous one, so we do need to stall in the middle of the fight. And to do that, we bought the 4 new Essence, which has Drain Ice on it. And we have also Taunt, so we're gonna be hoping to tank Tiamat's ice attacks.
Yeah. So here we decide we want to side with Yoko, and Mastema gets really upset by that, and so he brainwashes Tiamat because he can just do that. And so now us and Yoko have to fight Tiamat. Also, I love this song. It's really good.
Let's go.
Yeah, so Drain Ice from Fornice's Essence with Taunt, we just slurp up her attacks. Oh, game audio is apparently robotic. That's a thing Restreamer has to fix. But time for some God Gaming.
Your turn. Go.
Okay, cool. Slurp, slurp. Oh, that's also Discord's fault, huh?
Your turn. Go. Let's go.
Oh, don't worry. Dynamic Attack Sheep's moment is coming soon. Very soon.
Yeah, Dynamic Attack Sheep isn't needed for this fight.
Yeah, the amount of damage we can do in this fight is really capped by the amount of health that the heads have. We are never gonna be strong enough to one-shot the heads. It's always gonna take 2 hits with any strat that we use, so any damage that we add is gonna be wasted anyway.
Yeah, other thing worth noting is we did use Frolic on the heads to weaken them. However, when you kill the heads and they revive themselves, they lose their debuffs. So while we were able to one-shot the physical weak one on the first attack, it lost its debuff, so it's no longer in one-shot range.
Now that we approach the halfway point of the HP bar, Tiamat is going to charge, and she's going to use her unique ability called Annihilation Ray, which is a very strong physical attack, but you can reflect it back at her with Tetrakarn or Attack Mirror, which is what we're going to be doing. You definitely need a way to protect yourself from it, or otherwise your party is going bye-bye.
But thankfully, the swap-in thing works for Karns, so we're just gonna summon this pixie out into the wild to face Tiamat. But it's fine, because she has a Tetrakarn on her now.
Let's go.
Doing it this way also does reflect a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, it's quite helpful, since even though we have been wailing on her for one full turn, there's still quite a bit to go before she's actually dead. So getting the extra bit of damage from the reflect is quite nice.
Yeah. If you didn't have Karns, Yoko does join your party with Fizz Block, which is, I guess, how you're supposed to block that, but, or you can just, you know, bounce back tons of damage right in her face. So we should win this round. I think I can fit in an Evergreen here, because Gog has pretty decent strength. Eventually the heads will stop draining, so...
Yeah, you should always be able to fit in an Evergreen in this fight unless you miss somehow. I believe you always have like 2 breast turns left by the end.
Yep, there we go. So I can use an Evergreen, because that means she has less than 2,000 HP left.
Your turn. Go.
And do some thrusting. Of the hellish variety. Alright, arguably I don't have time in my estimate to do this, but we'll do it for the memes anyway.
If you wish
Yeah,
to
go
live,
for it.
take my hand.
Yeah.
This is for the
Still
fans.
ahead of schedule, so it's fine.
Yeah, we're doing this for the fans. So, Tsukiyomi died, but we got Aogami back, so everything's okay.
I was absorbed by Tiamat. When she fell by your hand and reformed, my essence escaped hers. I have reclaimed myself. But when we were bound together, I learned something. As a primordial goddess, she is nearly immortal. Yet her divinity is rooted within her identity as a dragon. If you seek to best a godly dragon, you'll need a godly dragon slayer. And so, my power is yours. Now let us rise, young man. This time we end it.
Okay.
Do you mind?
Alright, now for the real reason why Chaos is the route of choice, and also just objectively better, smiley face. We get to beat the shit out of Mastema. But first, we have to do something very important. There's a very important party member that we need in our party.
Is this demon?
You know him. You love him. You can't get enough of him. It's your boy, the dynamic attack sheep. Also, we have to do some more affinity swapping.
The reason we get Shieshai or the dynamic attack sheep is that he has the passive ability called Helmsman, which makes it so that any ally that acts after he passes a turn gets a accuracy boost. And also another benefit of having Xiezai specifically is that he has a lot of weaknesses, which then lets Gogmagog hit the or get more damage out of the weaknesses, since his passive increases the damage that he does based on the weaknesses you have in your party.
Yeah.
So he basically serves two purposes.
Yeah, he's weak to like
Since we
every
don't-
single ailment, and every single one of those ailments counts individually towards Gog's passive.
Yeah, he has 7 total weaknesses. At this point, we're going to stop using Critical Aura because it's not quite strong enough anymore. We're going to flip to using Charge and Figment Slash, which is a stronger combo. But that means we lose the 100% accuracy boost, and since Figment Slash is a low accuracy skill, it can miss, but Helmsman is a huge accuracy bonus, so we can get to really close to 100% accuracy if we use Debilitate, Inflaming, and Helmsman with Dragon Eye.
Yeah, I believe it's 1.5 times the accuracy, so you can get to like 99% or something, but not quite 200 because getting 100 in this game is basically impossible without crit aura or something.
Yeah, without something that specifically makes it so you cannot miss, there's no way to get. There's basically no way to get yourself to 100% accuracy.
But yeah, we get as close as possible. And since after we summon the dynamic attack ship, it's very important that we also remember to pass with him before attacking, because just having him be in the party is not enough, but he specifically needs to pass a turn or do an action. So, like so. And now missing is very unlikely, but like with Tiamat, with Mastamo, you also need to go through 2 full strategized turns, since he's very tanky. If you were doing the law route at this point, you would be fighting Tehom instead, who's even tankier and works in a way where you need to use magic to effectively fight him, which is the reason why we go through the chaos route. It's diminishing returns to the point where it's almost like a hard limit, the way how badly the diminishing returns affect it, but
Yeah, you can
it's
kind
not
of.
technically a hard limit, even though it feels like it.
It's basically just asymptotic to 100%. You can get closer and closer and closer, but can never touch it. I think you technically can in some rare circumstances, but in any normal
Probably.
circumstance you can't.
Oh yeah, so Mastoma has a gimmick where he gains a half press turn every time you hit his weakness or get a crit against him. We don't care.
And he gets a repel.
Repel kills all of your turns, even if you have like 10 of them, so...
I can explain the Gog Magog nonsense again. So it's primarily a property of Arahabaki's innate skill. What it does is, whenever you switch a new demon into a party, any effects on Arahabaki will be copied to that demon. So what you can do is set up full buffs and, like in this case, charge on Arahabaki, and then use Strategize, which makes switching in and out demons a free action. And so then you can switch Gog out of the party and then back into the party, and then he'll get given charge and full buffs. He can then attack, you can then switch him out of the party and back in again, and he will get charge back. And then he can use it again. And so not only can he get 8 hits with Gog in one turn, but they can all be affected by charge, so all heavily boosted damage.
Your turn. Go.
We refer to this strategy as Gog Magog gaming, even though it's Arahabaki who mainly enables the strat.
Let's go.
Also, I have a
Gog-
really strong Gog. I just hit him for like 5k.
Yeah.
So I
Gog
can
just
just absolutely throw him an Evergreen here.
very easily accessible, strong physical demon to use with this.
Yeah, whose innate happens to be conducive with doing a lot of damage very quickly, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is like the most I've ever seen Gog do to Mastema on a run of hard mode. Yeah, 5k for smack is really, really good. Usually you're hitting like 4.6, so... Yeah, that's Matt Sama down. And Tahom is kind of like the ugly cousin of Orphan from Final Fantasy 13 mixed with Necron from Final Fantasy 9. So 0 plot relevance whatsoever, shows up out of nowhere, and kind of looks like Orphan a little bit. All right, now we have one final boss. Lucifer shows up and is like, "Hey guys, I'm in this game too, by the way," and so now we have to fight Lucifer.
Yeah, so the exact same setup. The thing with Lucifer is that he summons 2 stars that will hit like a truck if you let them. So we basically need to finish this fight in 3 turns. 2 turns for building bar, and he needs to be dead on the 3rd turn.
Oh, and as a heads up,
It's
time
not
is going to
too
be last hit on Lucifer, so...
Yeah,
Don't
which
worry,
is
I'm
not
responsible for hitting time. I know
Oh.
when time is.
Great, cool. Okay, I wasn't sure. Or I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
I forgot you
Lucif-
were on.
I would have forgotten if you didn't remind me. So
Fair enough.
Lucifer only has 1 phase, since we're not doing the true neutral Lucifer fight, which usually has 3 phases. So this fight is not particularly difficult.
He does resist or block Fizz, so we do have to use Impaler's Animus here instead of Charge, but that's fine. It's still a damage buff.
The time has come.
Behold my orb. Alright, time to God game. Let's go. The final gaming. But first, deploy the sheep! I repeat, the sheep has been deployed.
Let's go. Your turn. Go.
For those who are familiar with the vanilla game, you might be wondering why we weren't using Impaler's Animus more. And it's that Impaler's Animus, which what it does is it gives your next Fizz or Magic attack an attack boost and grants it piercing. In the vanilla game, it was a 1.8 times damage boost, which is the same as Charge and Concentrate. In Vengeance, they nerfed it severely, so now it's only like a 1.2 times buff?
I think it's 1.3.
1.3.
Yeah, it's heavily nerfed.
So you'll see we're hitting for like 3.2 to 3.6k as opposed to like the 5k we were hitting Mastema with. Which, albeit Lucifer is more tanky than Mastema, but still. Alright, that's time. GG. We did it! Golly, that run was terrible, but we had fun, so that's what matters. But yeah, that's Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. Hope y'all enjoyed. Thank you everyone for the GGs. And yeah, thank you to Shaggy and John for providing the excellent commentary so I could focus on the game. And thank you to the organizers of the event for all the volunteers and everyone doing this. It's really awesome to have this event going on. Stick around. If you haven't got enough of me yet, I will be running SMT Nocturne, normal any % tomorrow, and East 2 Chronicles Plus on Friday. Also, I will be helping with commentary for Raida Remastered here in a couple hours, so definitely stick around. Lots of amazing runs to come, not just from me, of course, but from the whole event. And that's really all I have to say. I need to rest my voice for a little bit before the Raida run, so feel free to take it away unless my commentators have something to add.
I don't have anything to add. I already said my piece after my run earlier.
Great, awesome. Then yeah, feel free to take us away.